Tarime, and we'll go into the intro videos.
Good morning. Let us humble ourselves in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the few that are gathered here and for those that are online. Your word says that if we commit anything into your hands, you will make it successful. We commit today to you, Lord, that through this meeting of great minds, may you bestow your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that throughout our event, we can appreciate its significance and growth. We believe that the annual Bankers Conference will bear fruit to each and every participant. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Charity. And now that we have been able to go through the anthems and committed this to our Creator, allow me, before I invite the chair of the Bankers Association, Mr. Matthias Katamba, to come. We're going to have an intro video, and after the intro video, we will, have a brief recap for the chair, and I know he was watching, but also for those that are joining us for the very first time, about what transpired yesterday. And so let me ask the team, the media team, to play the intro video, and then the chair will come and address us.
"2017, a brainchild of the Uganda Bankers Association and Bank of Uganda was birthed. And with that, great conversations within the financial and banking industry were kick-started. Like good coffee for Sam, those conversations left us all begging for another cup. And like Sunday dinner, we never got enough of her every year. How we wish it lasted longer than it did. See you next year, we all said. After all, she's always worth the wait. But then came 2020. Yes, we were bent. But we did not break. The annual Bankers Conference is the idea of leaving no man, business or economy behind through partnerships, collaborations and opportunities. And this year, discussing the theme, Bend but Do Not Break, how the financial sector can thrive in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th edition of the annual Bankers Conference 2021.
Thank you very much, and yes, welcome to the 4th edition, and what an exciting time for us to be present. We've been bent, but we have refused to break, and we will not break, and that's the reason why we're here. Yesterday was an exciting day. We had 2 very interactive sessions, and those that were able to join us were able to take the heat, but also enjoy the sessions that we had. The sessions looked at redefining financial inclusion, but also around the whole 4th industrial revolution and what that means for the financial sector. Very deep conversations. There was quite a lot to take away, but there was also quite a lot in terms of reflection, and I'm pretty sure, like they say, the captains of the industry that were part of this conversation or were watching had a lot to reflect on. a few people were sharing what that meant in terms of engagement, but also in terms of investment and what the future really holds. And so today we have a couple of speeches, a keynote address from the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya. We'll have our own Central Bank Governor here, Professor Emmanuel Mutebire, speak to us. But to get us off the ground, allow me invite Mr. Mathias Katamba, the chair of the Uganda Bankers Association, to come and speak to us. And right after that, we will invite receive the communication from the official sponsor, MasterCard. Mr. Mathias Katamba, please make your way here. Thank you.
The Governor, Bank of Uganda, Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebire, the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the immediate former Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Mr. Vincent Waiswa Bajire, and congratulations on your recent appointment to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Division President, MasterCard Sub-Saharan Africa, Mr. Raghav Prasad, all distinguished speakers, resource persons, and sponsors for this conference, members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners here present, all representatives of government ministries and departments and agencies online, our customers, key stakeholders, and all private sector players represented online this morning, representatives from academia, civil society, and professional bodies, directors and CEOs of financial institutions, distinguished invited guests online, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Uganda Bankers Association, I thank you all for honoring our invitation, and I welcome you to the Annual Bankers Conference for 2021. I would like to take a minute to recognize the current challenges in the country precipitated by COVID-19 and pray for the recovery of people who are still struggling with infections. I also invite you to observe a minute of silence to honor those who have departed from us, including many of our colleagues in the financial sector, and pray that their souls may rest in peace. A moment of silence. May their souls rest in eternal peace. In a special way, we welcome our keynote speaker, who will be introduced in more detail later, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. Thank you for accepting to come and share with us your insights on the theme of this conference this morning. Our distinguished audience, the Annual Bankers Conference is a key event in our annual calendar as an industry. And our medium-term strategy for 2019-2021 focuses on two key areas. One, championing growth, development, and adoption of robust 24/7 secure, integrated multi-channel digital infrastructure required to transform not just our industry, but harness financial service opportunities in intermediation, credit, and growth of the payment space. The second one is championing initiatives to promote financial inclusion, penetration of banking services, and participation by the banking and financial services industry in key sectors and national projects with the potential of increasing high impact of creating a high impact on the economy. We believe that a vibrant financial sector is a key ingredient for economic transformation, and therefore the work that you will be seeing throughout the course of today is key in getting our own economy to succeed in this fourth industrial revolution. The above are major transformative directions, and key to successful achievement of these aspirations is engagement with stakeholders, including at a conference like this one. We believe that this conference gives us the opportunity to bring together different players and really have this conversation which guides us in charting a way forward that is beneficial for all. The theme of this year's conference, Bend but Do Not Break, specifically looking at how the financial sector can thrive in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, is very relevant during these unprecedented times and presents both opportunities as well as challenges, not only for the financial sector, but all sectors and spheres of life globally, but most importantly, close to here at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the brink of a technological revolution that has fundamentally altered the way we live, work, and relate to one another. The previous three revolutions, revolving around coal and the steam engine and manufacturing, and then later, gas and electricity, and all of these things. Many of us, of the first two, you could say we were not very active participants. But the fourth industrial revolution is distinct because of its velocity, scope, and impact. It's disrupting almost every industry sector in every country, and every breadth and depth of these changes herald the transformation of entire systems of production, management, and governance. The fourth industrial revolution is able to transcend infrastructure challenges. So for instance, financial services can grow at the speed of mobile and the internet without being hindered by the need for roads or consistent power supply in the depth of some of the remote areas. So the possibilities of billions of people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. And these possibilities will continue to be multiplied by emerging technology breakthroughs. I dare say many of which are being developed by young people in this country and in this region. So as you can see, the fourth industrial revolution gives economies like ours an opportunity to leapfrog. And that is something that we must really take advantage of, and hence the importance of a conference like this, at a time like this, when we are all thinking about how can we reset our economies, how can we reset our businesses, how can we rekit ourselves for a world that has fundamentally changed around us. So across the economic landscape, the banking and financial services sector has arguably been the most affected by the proliferation of disruptive technology. Disruptive technologies have markedly changed the way entities in the sector operate and deliver products and services to their customers. Digitization has impacted economic growth through inclusive finance, enabling the unbanked to enter formality through retail, electronic payment platforms, and virtual savings and credit supply technological platforms across the country. The fourth industrial revolution has changed not only what we do, but also who we are. It is impacting our culture. It is affecting our identity and all the issues associated with our identity. Our sense of privacy, our notions of ownership, our consumption patterns, the time we devote to work and leisure, and how we develop our careers, the way we cultivate our skills, the way we meet people, the way we engage, the way we are engaging, like the way you're seeing now with many of you online, but also our own security, our relationships, and so many other ways. And there will be continued disruption in different ways, but opportunity therein as well. So our relationship with our smartphones is a case in point. Constant connection may deprive us of one of life's most important assets, the human relationships. And so these are things that we need to talk about and how they interrelate with the provision of financial services. Yesterday, being the first day of the conference, we discussed the need for redefining financial inclusion and how partnerships and technology can increase and deepen access to financial services, especially to the marginalized and vulnerable people, including youth, women, refugees, but most importantly, the engine for growth in a country like ours, micro and small-scale enterprises. We also discussed the role that data analytics and management can play to further the development of our economy and how to harness the opportunities from the unprecedented processing power and storage capacity enabled by the fourth industrial revolution. Today, we will hear from the representative of government. We will also hear from our regulator, represented by the governor of the Bank of Uganda. We will also hear from our keynote speaker, the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. We will take stock of developments in the payment space, the opportunities this has created and its impact across the economy, as well as how the increased use of technology carries new and emerging risks, including cybercrime and fraud, among others. Whether consumers or businesses, customers are increasingly at the epicenter of the economy. Understanding customer journeys and what matters to people and finding opportunities for discovery in individual customer journeys is critical for us as a financial sector. With the emergence of global platforms and a world of new customer experience driven by data-based services, speed and innovation, new forms of collaboration, new business models, talent and culture changes, a number of things will need to change. Organizational structures will have to be rethought, expectations, products and services will be designed according to needs of customers, basically the customer at the center of everything, powered by the predictive nature of technology. On the whole, there are four main effects that the fourth industrial revolution has on business. The first one being customer expectations. In addition to that, the second one is products and service enhancements that have to be redesigned to meet those expectations. Collaborative innovation is the third, which has to bring to bear the need for products and services to be designed with the customer in mind in innovative ways, sometimes not by one entity alone, but through collaboration. And the fourth is what organizational structures will look like and the people that work in them, what kind of skills they will need. All of us are responsible for guiding this evolution in the decisions we make on a daily basis as citizens, as customers, and as investors. We must therefore grasp the opportunity and power we have to shape the fourth industrial revolution and direct it toward a future that reflects our common objectives and values and enhances our common humanity. I cannot conclude my remarks without acknowledging the circumstances we are currently in. As you know, in Uganda, we are in the midst of a lockdown to control the spread of the pandemic. Ordinarily, we would have gathered at a venue, as is our tradition, to discuss, but that is not the case today. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about many challenges and negatively impacted individuals, businesses, and the economy as a whole. Many individuals are no longer able to sustain their livelihoods and that of their families. Many businesses are struggling. Some have closed completely, and some will stumble. Many sectors, especially education, hospitality, and tourism and real estate, will take much longer to recover, even after the lockdowns are lifted. The banking sector has facilitated some relief through tariff revisions, loan restructures, and extension of repayment moratoriums. As a sector, we have further submitted a very specific set of proposals to the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance on medium and long-term measures to cushion persons and businesses that took credit facilities from financial institutions, especially those hardest hit or will take much longer to recover, and yet their impact and contribution to the economy is significant by way of the value chain they support and the multiplier effect they have on the wider economy. Our submissions have also highlighted the adverse impact to the financial sector and by extension to the economy. If the current circumstances of the lockdown continue and no wider macroeconomic and specific financial sector interventions are put in place to support the recovery, those challenges will manifest. As a sector, we are fully cognizant of the delicate balance between healthcare measures versus economic activity. But COVID-19 is here to stay. The sooner we gain traction in vaccination, learning to live with SOPs, and keep the economic engines running, the higher and the faster the chance for economic recovery. We are grateful to the government for the ongoing vaccination efforts, as we believe this will be the one sure way to get the economy fully functioning in the new normal. The new normal operating at a time of the fourth industrial revolution, when comparisons between economies are done at the speed of light. Let me conclude by stating that the successful adoption of the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution will depend not only on the banking and financial sector and its ecosystem, but governments, businesses, citizens, and all actors coming together to commit in supporting the transformation required. All leaders need to understand the changing environment and challenge their assumptions of their operating systems, the knowledge of their teams, and continue to innovate. We need to think about how we invest, where we invest to drive maximum value and output out of the benefits presented to us as a people, as a country, as an economy, as a sector by the fourth industrial revolution. I would therefore like to convey our gratitude to the governor and his entire team for their continued stewardship of the sector, particularly in these challenging and evolving times. Governor, I want to thank you very much. Been very supportive to the sector, and you have led a team that is driving this innovation, creating possibilities like the regulatory sandbox, etc., allowing an acceleration of innovation in the sector that would have not have been possible before. Thank you very much, Governor. Special thanks to the government and its agencies of the Uganda Communications Commission, the National IT Authority, and all other government agencies represented today by the immediate former PS and Secretary for the Minister of ICT. The role that government plays is extremely important, and I dare say that is one of the key aspects that puts Uganda at the center of the fourth industrial revolution and taking benefits from it. To all our customers and partners, including MasterCard and Experian, and all our member financial institutions, we are grateful and want to say thank you to you all. Finally, I would like to thank all the key note speakers, panelists, writers, all stakeholders and participants who have logged on and are participating online for coming to share knowledge, insights, and experiences, and above all, to pick one or two things that will be able to take your own individual businesses forward, your lives forward, your sector, if not the financial sector, also forward, your part of making Uganda win in the fourth industrial revolution. We count on your continued support and on bringing alive all the recommendations that will come from this conference. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a great conference this morning. Thank you.
Chair, we can only give you a virtual applause and kindly receive it. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Let's put our hands together wherever you are. I think what you've done is you've set the tone. You've given us the direction of what we need to be reflecting on deeply. But most importantly, you've presented a roadmap of how the sector needs to actively participate and use the technologies that there are for us to be able to use and make sure we bounce back when everything comes back to normal, if it ever gets back to the real normal that we anticipate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to receive remarks from the official sponsor, and that is Mr. Raghav Prasad. And so I'll introduce him, and his remarks will be shared with us.
The Shared Agent Banking System, which was launched in April 2018 with just 2 banks participating, was a combined effort of many sector players, including the Bankers Association, the regulators, and development partners.
We had key partners that came in from the onset, from the time the concept was developed in 2017.
Just hold on, media team.
We had Financial Sector Deepening Uganda.
I think we'll play that before we go to the keynote. I wanted to request that because the PS has another meeting to go for, so I wanted the official remarks from MasterCard played and then the PS before we get in the governor. Apologies for the mix-up. Yeah, so as we get that up and running, once we're done with the keynote today, which will be presented by Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya. We will have panel sessions. We'll have 2 panel sessions. The first panel session is going to deal with tracking the developments in the payment space, emerging trends, and the future outlook. And the next will be confronting fraud and cybersecurity risks. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am pretty sure you are aware that these are key concerns and that we need to pay attention to these challenges that we're dealing with, especially around cybersecurity and fraud. Can I request that as we get this sorted, because the PS Minister of ICT is ready, he's online, so I would like to, with your permission, invite Honorable Vincent Bagire to speak to us as we work out getting the remarks from our sponsor, MasterCard. So, Mr. Vincent Bagire, over to you, and welcome to speak to us and yes, set the tone from the sector. Honorable Vincent Bagire.
Thank you very much, Michael. The Governor, Bank of Uganda, the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, the Chairperson of the Uganda Bankers Association, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the representative of MasterCard, and all the other sponsors, the chief executives of the various banks, distinguished participants, those attending physically and those joining remotely, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I would like to first of all thank the organizers, and I am extremely delighted to be here again at the annual Bankers Conference arranged under a contemporary theme in our sector, the 4th Industrial Revolution. The theme is in line with the Ministry of ICT's aspirations as detailed in the National Development Plan 3, especially where we outlined the digital transformation program or agenda for the country. And it is also in line with our national strategy on 4IR. Banking and financial services are some of the core opportunity areas identified for the promotion of 4IR technologies in the country. The banking industry, as we all know, has over the years had first mover advantage in the adoption of information technology. From the use of passwords that were primarily manual to the most automated and celebrated processes that we see today, the banking sector has been fast and has moved faster than anybody else in adoption of technology. The industry has been a leader in many aspects of IT adoption, leading to increased productivity, efficiency, and convenience to their customers. The banking industry throughout the world is adopting technologies such as big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain, to leapfrog the ladder of comparative advantage and participate fully in the knowledge economy. Many processes in the banking industry are being implemented using emerging technologies, as we all know. In that regard, the Ministry of ICT has continuously worked on a number of building blocks, and these include infrastructure and connectivity, e-services to ensure that the services we offer in government are automated, digital skills, innovation and entrepreneurship, and of course, cybersecurity and data protection. These building blocks give us a strong foundation to participate in the fourth industrial revolution. As we know, banks today are connected internally and interconnected across networks with elements of interoperability anchored on technology neutrality. In essence, regardless of the technology a particular bank uses, the systems are in position or are able to speak to each other. This has certainly made our experience as clients very friendly and satisfactory. Relatedly, we have started integrated various government systems that have hitherto operated in silos. And this is a great opportunity for the banking industry in the sense that the automation will allow us to serve not just the public, but all our partners, including the banking industry, in a seamless manner. And in so doing, we shall ensure that we address matters of data integrity and consistency in the information we give to the public. Specifically, we intend to have linkages to the national ID system so that we address the challenges that banks have with critical aspects such as KYC. Over the next 5 years, we will work on extending national broadband infrastructure to the sub-county level, working with the private sector. We shall also work on appropriate technologies to ensure that the internet, voice, and financial services are accessible in all parishes and villages throughout the country. Furthermore, there is need to harness the massive amount of data in the banking sector. Aware that data analytics require high processing power and storage capacity, government and the private sector have established state-of-the-art Tier 3 data centers and disaster recovery sites. We intend to build another facility within the next 5 years to meet the growing demand to serve both government and the private sector. And in that regard, I urge the banking fraternity, fintech startups to make good use of this infrastructure. As we know, the banking industry today has an array of e-services that are offered online through portals and mobile applications. The role of the banking hall is slowly diminishing, and in so doing, they have become innovative and given local system developers an opportunity to succeed. Government has put in place interventions to ensure innovative banking and financial solutions are delivered by locally developed fintech using local manpower. We have also established an ICT innovation hub in Nakawa to ensure that the pool of developers have working spaces to support all of us who need innovations for our business processes to function. The above interventions, together with the reforms in our education curriculum and facilities, will go a long way in addressing the identified 4IR human resource gaps in the country. And by this, I mean we need data scientists, artificial intelligence analysts, and as you know, our curriculum in the past did not address this. Additionally, we have worked with partners to build capacity of the ministry in digital finance and 4IR technologies, and we wish to specifically take this opportunity to thank the financial sector deepening Uganda, Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, and Conrad Adnua, among others, for the support they've given the Ministry of ICT. Banking systems must also be secure to ensure fraud is easily detected and cybersecurity risks minimized. I must confess that personally, the best cybersecurity training I have attended have been trainings organized by banks, perhaps on account of the fact that they are custodians of what we treasure, the money. On our side as a ministry, we set up a National Information Security Advisory Group in which both the Central Bank and the Bankers Association are represented. The ministry, through the National IT Authority, has provided support and built capacity of the banking sector in respect to cybersecurity, and worked with the Uganda Police Force to support fraud investigations. Furthermore, we are currently reviewing the National Cyber Security Strategy to address the emerging risks and threats that come with the fourth industry revolution technologies. In the area of regulation, I urge the banking fraternity to comply with the provisions of the Data Protection and Privacy Act and the attendant regulations. In that regard, we have established the National Data Protection Office to lead the implementation of the law. I also wish to inform the audience that preliminary work towards the review of cyber laws has commenced to align them to 4IR. Regulators and policymakers will be trained in regulatory innovations in the era of 4IR, and we are hopeful that once the enabling environment is taken care of, the implementation will be smooth and easy. I wish to once again thank and congratulate the Bankers Association and the Central Bank for organizing the annual conference, the annual Bankers Conference 2021. Our approach has been to work with stakeholders to develop a full ecosystem that supports financial inclusion and digital financial services in the country. And as I move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as Permanent Secretary, I pledge to continue supporting the financial sector, as well as the ministry that I'm leaving, the Ministry of ICT, in whatever way possible. And with those remarks, I want to thank you very much for listening to me. For God and my country, outgoing Permanent Secretary, Minister of ICT and National Guidance. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vincent Bagire. You're outgoing, but you're a captain of the industry, so you're definitely still with us for quite some time, and we truly appreciate your guidance. So let's now go to, thank you very much, and for making time. I know it's a busy schedule for you, but we truly appreciate your being able to join us. We're going to listen to the remarks from our sponsor, MasterCard. And so this will be made by Mr. Prasad Raghav, Mr. Raghav Prasad, who is the MasterCard Division President, Sub-Saharan Africa. In January 2018, Raghav took on the role of the Division President, Sub-Saharan Africa, based out of the regional headquarters in Dubai. In this role, Raghav will be focused on establishing the MasterCard brand presence in Africa, deploying innovative payment solutions and partnering with the local governments and regulators. Focus is placed on advancing MasterCard business in Africa and the organization goal of developing a world beyond cash. Ladies and gentlemen, without really reading the entire bio, I know many of us will have the opportunity to read this as we go along on the different channels. Allow me now invite the media team to present to us his remarks. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of MasterCard, as the primary sponsors of the 4th Annual Bankers Conference, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this year's meetings, where we will be discussing ways to expand financial access, secure payments, and boost Uganda's participation in the digital age. I would like to start by welcoming some of the notables that have taken time to participate in this forum. My special thanks and welcome to Mr. Vincent Bagire, Permanent Secretary of the Uganda Ministry of Information and Communications Technology and National Guidance, Professor Emmanuel Tumasime Mutebele, the Governor of the Bank of Uganda, and of course, our keynote speaker, the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. I would also like to thank the Uganda Bankers Association and its chairman, Mr. Matthias Katamba, and its executive director, Mr. Wilbrod Orr, for hosting this event. Lastly, a special thanks to all representatives from the Government of Uganda, Bank of Uganda, and representatives of the international, regional, and local finance, technology, agriculture, development, and trade sectors present. All protocols observed. MasterCard is proud, once again, to be the lead sponsor of this year's annual Bankers Conference. We would like to thank the UBA for giving us the opportunity to partner with it over the past 4 years as a trusted advisor, partner, and leader in the payment technology industry, and to support the development of new digital products and services in Uganda. I would also like to thank the Bank of Uganda for its very strong and able leadership of the financial services industry and for leading the way forward in this transformational journey. The agenda for this edition of the annual Bankers Conference clearly reflects the forward-thinking approach that the UBA has followed over the years, and we are delighted to be able to contribute to the very strong discussions that are underway. As you are no doubt aware, our mission at MasterCard is to make payments simpler, smarter, more convenient and secure through the ongoing development of payments technology and data-driven insights, thus creating a thriving world beyond cash for people everywhere. I'm therefore delighted to see that the focus areas of the 4 key panels at this year's conference reflect almost exactly the areas that MasterCard has doubled down on globally and here in Africa and specifically in Uganda over the past 4 years. These are definitely the critical enablers and drivers of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Firstly, building digital and financial inclusion, driving the evolution of payments technologies and using them to support the goal of economic development, ensuring that digital transactions are safe and secure through investing in building the best possible cybersecurity capabilities, and leveraging data analytics to enable faster and smarter decision-making. Indeed, Uganda has made major progress and reached an exciting point in its digital and financial inclusion journey. Between 2006 and 2018, the number of adults with access to both formal and informal financial services increased very significantly from 57% to 78%, according to the 2018 FinScope Uganda Top Line Findings Report. MasterCard too has recently committed itself to financially including another 500 million people by 2025, taking the total to 1 billion, with a special focus on 25 million women entrepreneurs and 50 million SMEs, which puts us squarely on the same page as the UBA and the Central Bank and Government of Uganda. There is a need to focus further financial inclusion on innovative and collaborative public and private sector interventions that unlock opportunities amongst the financially excluded, most of whom reside in rural areas, are women, are young, and largely employed in the agriculture sector. MasterCard has been quite active in these areas. For example, consider our support for smallholder farmers in Uganda through our public-private partnership agreement with the International Center for Tropical Agriculture and the United States African Development Foundation under the MasterCard Farmers Network platform. This partnership will help thousands more smallholder farmers across Uganda to access markets to sell their crops, buy valuable agricultural inputs, and receive financial services. Additionally, our recent partnerships with large mobile network operators like Airtel and MTN and device manufacturers like Samsung are designed to increase access to smarter mobile devices and connectivity, and enabling digital commerce opportunities for consumers and merchants with or without bank accounts. Secondly, we continue to bring new payment technologies to the market, ranging from blockchain to open banking platforms. And currently, we are very keenly looking forward to launching our innovative QR code-based payments in Uganda to replicate the success from our pilot launch in a neighboring country, where today one can even pay for a Boda Boda ride using QR technology. Thirdly, members of the UBA will be very familiar with MasterCard's focus on cybersecurity. We have worked very closely with the UBA and its member banks to ensure that Uganda has access to our best cybersecurity tools. We continue to invest billions of dollars globally in developing newer cybersecurity capabilities, from biometric authentication to AI-based real-time tools. And we commit to continue to make the best technology available to Ugandan banks and fintechs. And finally, data analytics. Data and its enormous power to transform decision-making has been central to our investment and focus for the past decade, and we continue to bring advanced data analytics engines to our partners here in Uganda to support the country's growth agenda. I have no doubt that as a result of the deliberations of this conference, every stakeholder will leave here armed with a deeper understanding of the evolving financial sector, coupled with ideas for digital financial services innovation and the enabling of financial inclusion. All of us at MasterCard look forward to continuing to partner with the UBA, the BOU, and the Government of Uganda in supporting Uganda's journey through the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raghav Prasad, the MasterCard Division President, Sub-Saharan Africa. We truly appreciate your investment and commitment to this conference and all the other investments that you have made in the financial sector to make it keep growing and evolving. We are very, very grateful for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and pleasure to invite our own Governor, Professor Emmanuel Tumsime Mutebere, the Governor of the Bank of Uganda, to speak to us, and we will go live to Professor Emmanuel Tumsime Mutebere, and he will address this conference, and thereafter we will have the keynote speaker from the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Professor Emmanuel Tumsime Mutebere, you're welcome to speak to us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. May I first say our keynote speaker, distinguished Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and the chairperson of the East African Community Monetary Affairs Committee, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. You are very welcome, and we are glad to have you here. Government officials here present with us, the leadership of the Uganda Bankers Association, and the chief executives of supervised financial institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank the leadership of the Bankers Association, UBA, for inviting me to address this gathering and open this now very important annual event in the Uganda Bankers calendar, the annual Bankers Conference. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to give a few remarks at the 4th Annual Bankers Conference 2021. The theme of the conference, Bend but do not break, how the financial sector can thrive in the era of the 4th Industrial Revolution, could not have come a better time than now. Distinguished participants, you are all aware that the recourse to technological innovations worldwide has been critical in navigating through the hurdles conditioned on the financial sector by the COVID-19 pandemic. Financial institutions have had to re-engineer their business models and to adopt a new and more efficient business operational framework and frameworks in order to ensure not only the seamless accessibility of financial services, but also the services' continued sustainability. The 4th Industrial Revolution is set to fundamentally alter the financial landscape, and we do not yet know just how far these technological innovations will unfold. The changing financial ecosystem has, however, introduced both opportunities and risks. In particular, the digital revolution has offered opportunities for financial inclusion and for the provision of a wider suite of financial products and services, regardless of income and location. In Africa, and the East African community in particular, while we still lag behind in the utilization of financial technology, fintech, the phenomenal growth in mobile money services, which we have seen in East Africa, has been critical in increasing the financial services outreach, which is crucial for poverty eradication and inclusive economic growth. The digital revolution has also led to a dramatic reduction in the operational costs and improved efficiency in the provision and delivery of financial services. In addition, customers are able to transact and interact in a flexible, seamless, and in a real-time manner. At the same time, it has improved financial sector providers. Understanding of customer behavior and needs, allowing for the personalization of financial services. It is therefore my sincere hope that after the recovery of the initial sunk capital costs in the form of investments in technological innovations, these developments will translate into a reduction in the cost of financial services, which, although declining, have remained relatively high. Notwithstanding the aforementioned benefits, there are also challenges that the financial industry has to contend with. First, the digital transformation may polarize the market by excluding those segments with low levels of digital and financial literacy. Non-equitable access to technology-enabled user devices may also increase the already significant digital divide. In addition, access to efficient, reliable, and secure infrastructure may itself be a constraint to seamless consumption of financial services. Secondly, the growing use of technology to capture, store, and analyze data consistent with the fourth industrial revolution increases the risk of data misuse and privacy violations. In addition, an increasing reliance on technology solutions and third-party service providers increases operational risks, including cybersecurity and money laundering risks. Thirdly, the pace and dynamism of fintechs presents regulatory challenges. The fundamental question for any regulator is, how do we encourage financial innovation without compromising the safety of consumers in the marketplace? With the majority of providers for these technologies not domiciled in the domestic jurisdiction, there are also issues relating to enforcement of domestic regulatory frameworks. The key questions for policymakers are therefore how to position their economies to benefit from the fourth industrial revolution while managing the challenges that it presents. An integral strategy should answer the following questions. First, given the labor market dynamics, how should the education program be structured in order to fix the labor skill mismatch while ensuring that technology supplements instead of replacing labor, which is in abundance? Second, what are the strategies necessary for the provision of an affordable, secure, reliable, and efficient infrastructure? Third, what governance, regulatory, and cybersecurity framework is necessary for the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution technologies? In Uganda, a number of initiatives are being implemented to provide an enabling and regulatory environment for digital transformation, including fintechs. The National Payments Act and implementation regulations, which provide a regulatory environment for payment services, have been enacted. In addition, the government has set up the National Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which has formulated a draft strategy on policy interventions on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which, if adopted, will guide the implementation of the various Fourth Industrial Revolution-related technologies. I hope the discussion from this conference will provide a useful input to our ongoing efforts to reap the benefits of the Fourth Industrial Revolution while managing the associated risks. Before I conclude, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker, the distinguished governor of the Central Bank of Kenya and chairperson of the East African Community Monetary Affairs Committee, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. I am confident that this conference will benefit immensely from his vast knowledge and astute articulation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. On behalf of the banking fraternity in Uganda, I most sincerely thank Dr. Njoroge for accepting our invitation. I can assure you it is not easy to get a very important person like Dr. Njoroge. But we are grateful that he has allowed himself to avoid all the other things that were around him and to come and make a few remarks for us here. I wish you all delightful deliberations. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel Tumsime Mutebire, the Governor of the Central Bank of Uganda. Professor Tumsime Mutebire, if you were here, you would have received an outstanding applause, but in the current circumstances, we do give you a virtual one and do receive it with gratitude from the entire organizing team here, as well as those that are attending online. It is again my distinguished pleasure to welcome with us our keynote speaker, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. I will not water down the invitation and the welcome from the, I'll not water down the invitation and the welcome from the governor, your counterpart here. But allow me also briefly read his bio, and that's our keynote speaker. Dr. Patrick Njoroge is a Kenyan economist, banker, and the 9th governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Njoroge was born in Kakuma, Kenya, circa 1961. He attended Mangu High School from 1973 until 1976, and for his O-levels education, from 1977 until 1978, he attended Strathmore College for his A-level studies. He entered the University of Nairobi in 1979, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Economics, and in 1983, and a Master's of Arts in Economics in 1985. From 1987 to 1993, he studied at Yale University, graduating with a Doctor of Philosophy in Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker has had experience and worked with the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C., first as an economist and later as a senior economist from November 2005 until December 2006. I can only say that our distinguished keynote speaker has every credential for us to listen to you, sir. And sir, allow me welcome you to speak to us on the subject and the theme. And the theme is very clear, that we have been bent, but we are not about to break. How the financial sector can thrive in the era of the 4th Industrial Revolution. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me now welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that very warm introduction. And Professor Emmanuel Tumusime Mutimbile, my brother, the governor of Bank of Uganda, Matthias Kamba, the chairman of the Uganda Bankers Association, and of course the PS, outgoing PS of the Minister of ICT, Mr. Vincent Bagile. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to join you at your 4th annual Bankers Conference. At the outset, let me express my gratitude to my brother, Governor Mutembile, for that very warm introduction, very kind introduction, and for inviting me to speak at this important conference. I also applaud Uganda Bankers Association for organizing the conference with a timely theme, how the financial sector can thrive in the era of the 4th Industrial Revolution. And we are meeting virtually, but I recall Uganda's warm hospitality, beauty, vibrance. I'm optimistic that we shall soon be able to meet physically in the Pearl of Africa, but also elsewhere. We convene at a critical juncture, firstly, having struggled globally with the ravages of the coronavirus pandemic for 1.5 years. Secondly, as was noted by the earlier speakers, we are at the cusp of the 4th Industrial Revolution, whose transformative powers are already evident in the financial sector and will transform the way we live, work, and relate to one another. In the words of Professor Klaus Schwab, who actually popularized this label, I quote, "It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between physical, digital, and biological spheres," end quote. So both these elements portend stormy times for our way of life, society, families, and the institutions that we represent. But how should we react? We can attempt to stand firm, unyielding against these perils, and fully aware that they may destroy us. Or we can accommodate some of the pressures with the grace of a palm tree and build back better. So bend but don't break. Allow me to set the stage by highlighting 3 disruptive trends in the current global context. First, the entrenchment of globalization. This is a product of the third industrial revolution and has redefined the terrain of governments, businesses, and citizens, shortening distances and brought together disparate people in common markets. Global supply chains have overhauled the traditional manufacturing and production processes with resultant efficiency gains. Markets have increasingly opened up, allowing businesses to expand their global footprints. The absence of a navigable route to the sea for Uganda, for instance, and other landlocked countries need no longer be a handicap to economic development. Closer home, regional integration efforts, particularly the East African community, have borne fruits with banks extending their reach across the region. The imminent operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area is expected to create an Africa-wide market with the resultant benefits from economies of scale. Financial markets have increasingly become global. In particular, the US financial markets have become a global bellwether with an outsized influence, including in emerging and developing countries. Given the dominance of the US dollar as a global reserve currency, we in the EAC are not immune to the dynamics in the US financial markets. Global movements in the dollar exchange rate and interest rates are increasingly impacting our markets. On the one hand, as we expand our presence in the international Eurobond markets, we are becoming increasingly vulnerable to movements in global bond yield curves. On the other hand, with a growing influence of foreign investors in our markets, we have to be alive to their short-term horizons and their potential flight to safety in turbulent times. Nevertheless, there are other urgent concerns that must be recognized and attended to. The cost of globalization in terms of the industries that are wiped out and livelihoods that are altered must be addressed. We have also seen the rise of nationalism in the last few years, particularly in Britain, Europe, and the United States, threatening to reverse the gains made by globalization. There has been an increasing retreat to protectionism as large segments of the populace, particularly in the West, feel excluded from the global economy. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented the two sides of the coin in this issue. On one side, the vaccine nationalism, particularly by Western countries, has shown the ugly face of the retreat from globalization. On the other side of the coin, the pandemic has emphasized the need for global cooperation and coordination, as no one is safe until we are all safe. We are certainly trending dangerous ground. Second trend is the proliferation of innovations and new technologies. From mobile banking to cloud computing, artificial intelligence to blockchain technology, Internet of Things and robotics, all heralding significant opportunities to re-engineer the operations of governments and businesses and transform lives and livelihoods. Even before the pandemic, digitalization had transformed the African financial sector landscape. In Kenya, we had seen access to financial services triple from 26% of adults in 2006 to 83% in 2019. These transformational financial inclusion stories riding on digitalization were replicated across the continent, including in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ghana, etc. Undoubtedly, digitalization has been the silver lining during this pandemic. with various containment measures, including social distancing, lockdowns, and stay-at-home protocols, digitalization has enabled access to not just financial services, but also other essential services, including health and education. E-commerce has exploded as businesses pivoted to the digital marketplace. Businesses in diverse sectors ranging from hotels, retail, transport, communication, entertainment, health to education have to a large extent transformed their businesses riding on digital rails and platforms. Workplaces have changed with a shift to working from home on a scale that was unimaginable before the pandemic. Additionally, technologies and innovations are being adopted rapidly. New ideas and products are spreading at an exponential pace, putting pressure on innovators and promoters to compromise on the quality of their products. The third trend is the rise of sustainability concerns. It is now widely appreciated that businesses can only be as successful as the societies they operate in and draw their existence from. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG, considerations are now paramount in any organization's strategy and operations. Most notably, the adverse impact of climate change has become evident. Natural disasters associated previously with developing countries have spectacularly reared their ugly head in the developed countries. In the last few weeks, once-in-a-millennium floods have ravaged Europe, while heat waves and bushfires have scorched the western parts of the United States. So in these circumstances, the urgency to meet targets to reduce greenhouse emissions under the Paris Climate Agreement have been amplified. Significant financing will be required as the world moves to mitigate and adopt climate change. Will banks rise to this challenge? The consequences of failure are dire to society and banks, specifically as they reared from the danger to their loan portfolios from extreme weather events. Further, banks may be left with stranded assets if they do not keep abreast with the transition to a net zero emissions global economy. So against this backdrop of the significant transformation foreshadowed by the three themes highlighted above, how will bankers bend without breaking in this environment? How will they guide their institutions to thrive and not just survive? I want to draw on an analogy from football, appropriately so in the wake of the recently concluded Euro 2020 tournament. For the first time in over 50 years, England was on the cusp of winning its first major global tournament. Unfortunately, the trophy did not come home, but went to Rome. As English fans absorbed their loss, they must have remembered their retired talisman, David Beckham, who could have very likely made the difference. In his heyday, Beckham had the knack of kicking the football and bending its flight past the wall of defenders and into the goal. Analogously, how will banks develop fit-for-purpose strategies and business models, bending their way around the obstacles that come up every day in their field of play? I note that this is one of the questions that the governor of Bank of Uganda also expressed and also raised in his remarks. Will the institutions Thank you. Let me identify the walls we must navigate around in 3 areas. First, we must not forget that it is all about people. With ROEs, PE ratios, and the bottom line are easy clutches, people centricity must be at the heart of products, services, and operations of financial institutions. The needs of citizens globally have grown over the last 18 months as lives and livelihoods have been upended by the pandemic, which has adversely affected the implementation of the SDGs and threatened the vision of shared prosperity for all by 2030. Recent World Bank assessments indicate a reversal in the global fight against poverty following the pandemic. An estimated 130 million people could slip into extreme poverty by 2030 if concerted global action is not urgently taken. Closer home, the African Development Bank estimates that 30 million people in Africa slipped into extreme poverty in 2020, and a further 39 million could slide into extreme poverty in 2021. So micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, women, and youth have borne the brunt of the pandemic. Supporting the recovery process, therefore, will be at the heart of banks that will thrive in the new age. Targeted financial services to MSMEs and other vulnerable groups, particularly women and the youth, will be imperative. This will need to be supplemented by Finance Plus, particularly in the form of business advisory services, as MSMEs pivot their business models to fit the new normal. Second is the innovation presents opportunities, but also risks. This again was flagged by the governor of the Bank of Uganda, and I think also the permanent secretary, the outgoing permanent secretary of the Ministry of ICT. But how do we maximize opportunities while minimizing risks? Emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, is a gold mine in building credit profiles and enhancing access to financial services for segments of our populace with thin credit files and who lack collateral. For financial institutions saddled with moribund ICT legacy systems, the cloud presents an opportunity to upscale to the anytime, anywhere cutting-edge financial services platforms demanded by today's discerning customers. Even as we reap from innovation, we must remain alive to the risks. Recent devastating cyber attacks, including SolarWinds, Colonial Pipeline and Kaseya in the United States, all come to mind. Just a few days ago, there was also the attack, a cyber attack on the infrastructure, port and rail infrastructure in South Africa. In the region, we have also seen an upsurge in online scams, identity theft, and social engineering attacks. We must therefore reinforce our cyber defenses internally to neutralize the insider threat. Externally, as a financial sector, we must build a circle of trust, nationally and regionally and globally, to share information and coordinate our cyber responses. Third, strong governance should underpin the culture in banks. This goes beyond the classic tenets of an effective board, management, and staff with clear, defined responsibilities and accountability structures. Governance in the age of the fourth industrial revolution would also be about the public good. For instance, supporting appropriate behavior in the financial markets. Banks play a critical role in the foreign exchange market and are key players in the government securities markets. Misbehavior in these markets adversely affects society through distortions in foreign exchange rates and raising the cost of debt for government. Appropriate market conduct is therefore imperative to avoid short-term profitability gains jeopardizing the long-term societal good. Anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism, AML-CFT, is another key facet of supporting the public good. Lapses in the AML-CFT can be devastating given the consequences, particularly of tourism. Kenya, for instance, has borne the brunt of terrorism, including the Dusit 2 complex attack in 2019 that took advantage of vulnerabilities in AML-CFT framework of part of the financial sector. Technology now offers banks cutting-edge technologies. Technology now offers banks cutting-edge technologies to monitor and analyze transactions and reinforce their AML-CFT defenses. Colleagues, as I draw to a close, I want to emphasize that we must all act with courage to do the right thing and not just survive, but thrive. We must have the courage to bend it like Beckham, to go around the walls to attain the goals of people centricity, balanced innovation, and stronger governance. I'm sure you will reach deep and find the courage to bend it like Beckham, one day after another, or as we are in a marathon and not a sprint. Across the street from my office is a large mural of Kenya's marathon champion, Eliud Kipchoge, with his mantra, "No human is limited." Along with the millions of his fans, I'll be rooting for Kipchoge on August 8th as he defends his Olympic marathon gold title against other strong contenders, such as the Ugandan team led by Stephen Kiprotich. We may not agree on who is best placed to win the 2020 Olympic marathon, but I'm sure we will agree that in as much as no human is limited, the financial sector must and will find a way to bend without breaking in order to thrive in this new age. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Patrick Njoroge, you have set the pace, you have set the momentum, but above all, the foundation that is critical for us to have a fruitful conversation this morning. I think you've touched on a number of things that we definitely need to reflect on quite deeply as a sector, but I also say as individuals, because the things that you've touched are one that really speak to the realities of the time that we are dealing with. So I want to thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. And I'm pretty sure there may be one or two people in the audience, I mean those that are following us, that will have a few questions, and if you permit us, we will share those questions with you. And the assumption is that you will stay on a little bit for some time and we can share those questions with you. Let me now allow the team to play the video that introduces that talks about agency banking. And right after that, I will have the first panel coming up with some of the speakers present and the other speakers virtually. So if you have one or two questions as we wait for the other panel to come up, we'll probably share those with Dr. Patrick Njoroge. But let me ask the team to play that video as probably some questions come through. Thank you.
The shared agent banking system which was launched in April 2018 with just 2 banks participating, was a combined effort of many sector players, including the Bankers Association, the regulators, and development partners.
We had key partners that came in from the onset, from the time the concept was developed in 2017. We had Financial Sector Deepening Uganda, facilitating the training curriculum that was put in place through, again, Microsafe that came in to be able to provide the training facilities. We had ABI Trust that came in, especially with the devices to prove the concept to the members. We had GIZ, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, the Nairobi office. Bank of Uganda is a major stakeholder because they participate in facilitating the settlement of these transactions. Majorly, the financial institutions, the central bank, the development partners were the major players from the beginning.
The SAB's journey has been impressive. Participating banks' numbers have risen from 2 to 18 banks. The number of agents grew from 1,200 to nearly 8,000, and transactions have also grown.
Now, as we speak, we're approaching 8,000 agents, and the transaction volumes, we moved from just 51 transactions in 2018 to 2.4 million transactions in 2020. In terms of value, we started with just 2.6 million. We're now talking about 2.5 trillion. Just this year, from January to June, the collections have turned out like 1.2 trillion.
Banking branches were largely concentrated in the urban centers, and that meant that we were hardly reaching a significant part of the population, and that constrained banking penetration quite a bit. So the coming of agent banking was highly welcomed.
It has been a well-received initiative by our customers, and as we speak now, following the introduction of the agent network, especially through the shared platform, we've seen almost 25% of our transactions going through that platform. We used to have many people in our banking halls.
The platform is ready, has already been deployed. It has, as I said, processing 400 to 500,000 transactions. And therefore, it is just an issue of scaling. And that can easily be achieved by what I am aware that the Uganda Bankers Association is doing, which is creation of awareness, promotion of the product, and being able to onboard agents and merchants across the entire market.
The biggest achievement really was that was made on day one, that launch day, developing the shared platform which hadn't been done anywhere in the region. That was very critical to demonstrate to the public that it is possible that a customer of Bank X could actually transact at another bank agent. When we launched with just cash in, cash out, and a bit of funds transfers. But as we went along, we kept developing new solutions, new services to enrich the platform, and we've been able to add critical ones like interbank funds transfers. You know, a customer is able to move money using their mobile phone from the comfort of their homes between banks.
Thank you very much. I have one or two questions, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, if you're still on, that have come in from the people that are listening to you or that listen to your keynote. And so the question that has come in from a participant is around people and the institutions that we run with or work with. What advice would you give to an institution or a bank, because you have the whole range? And this question is, how can you have a bank at the base of the pyramid dealing with the people prepare for this revolution? Because like it or not, they are in the thick of the storm. Over to you, Dr. Patrick Njoroge.
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, I want to start by saying that I presume we all appreciate that we are not running NGOs. So all of us are running banks, commercial banks. So let's begin there. So how we relate to people is completely different from, say, how Mother Teresa or any other NGO out there. And by the way, I do respect and support all the work that is done by those very worthy persons and etc. The point here, though, is you have a bank that whose objective has to be people. What do I mean by that? Let me ask you a question. It would be nice if this was an open forum where I can see all of you. The question is, if I could have asked the question, how many of you have, if you thought of your most complicated problem, the thing that keeps you up at night, as they say, what is it? And most of you to generally be technology, or problem with some shareholder, those sort of things, or problem with a large borrower, those are the sort of things that keep you up at night, I think. And that is really the problem. Or maybe you're coming up to an AGM and you're thinking about the ROEs or end of quarter, those sort of considerations. And therein lies the problem. It really should be your customers. And what are you doing to improve, let's say, the experience of your customers? You see, at the end of the day, if your customer is served right in terms of the products that are there, that the products actually are serving the customer, then that customer will be with you, and the rest will just fall into place, the ROEs, etc. And I think that is the issue. At times, for instance, and this is an issue also, I talked about this thing of technology, being pushed to do something. So all of you, I know, are under pressure to quote unquote perform, right? In terms of technology. So you want to be the first one to produce a particular app or a particular product that, IT product, etc. And I'm sure your people are pushing you as CEO to launch that product. So the question is, wait a second, how will it serve the customer? And as I say, at times you have products that are going out to the customer that are actually half-baked. They are not exactly ready for prime time. And no wonder they end up becoming easy to compromise in terms of cybersecurity, but also other things you find that they are not, the customers are not interested in that. So I think the issue for me is how connected are you with your customer? And do you really understand what is driving your customer and what are the concerns? As I say, for instance, now our issue has been how will we deal with SMEs? That is a problem that I don't think a lot of, let's say, advanced economy banks are concerned about. But from our perspective, Kenya runs on SMEs, and I'm sure Uganda the same. Africa runs on SMEs. So we need to reach out to that SME that doesn't have security. They don't have like a huge piece of land somewhere or title that they can actually put. So in a sense, we have to think, do the heavy lifting and thinking of how to work with that particular SME. So I think those are the considerations I would probably throw at you, and also indicate that it is a good problem. When you resolve it, you end up having very loyal customers, and that is what is going to develop you into the future. If you look at the banks that have actually succeeded in Kenya, and I guess in Kenya, because that's where I have very good idea of every single bank, right? The point is the ones that have succeeded have actually been close to the customers. Those that want to work on corporates, right? So the idea is, okay, we're just gonna maintain our space in corporate, our corporate space. They'll die like dinosaurs, So in a few years, we'll bury them, and, you can already see they have scales on their backs. So I don't know whose side of the fence you are on, but I don't want banks that are dinosaurs. I want, banks that can actually transform themselves like egos into something else fit for purpose. I'm sorry that has been a long answer, but I hope it has helped.
No, you've nailed it. I mean, what I'm picking from you, Dr. Njoroge, is don't think for the customer, bring the customer in and let them be part of the thinking process, which we call the co-creation process. So let them be part of the creation so that even that application that you're building needs to be a pain point, needs to be solving a pain point for that customer, and not just that because it looks very good for you as an entity. And I guess as we close this for the next session, the question of sector collaboration, which has also come in from one of the people who are watching us. How do we collaborate without breaking our backs because we are competing?
Yeah, good question. I think there's a simple answer. There's a simple answer. The marathon. By the way, I'm very close. I can reveal it here. I mean, Eliud Kipchoge is a friend, and I have learned a lot from him. Not about running. I mean, he is miles above us in terms of running. But as a human being and approach to issues, I think he's the one who really should be talking to you, not me. Why? You know, he makes the point, you know, marathon running is really, it looks like, you know, it's an individual sport. You just put on your shoes and go out there and run. But actually he says no. And his point, and I quote, 1% of, no, 99% of me is nothing compared to 1% of the team. So in his mind, marathon is a team sport. And when he trains, he's training with the others. He never trains on his own. And you can say the others are probably not as good as him or whatever. That's not the issue. And actually, I'm pretty sure Stephen Kiprotich could actually confirm that that is the case, because he also has been training in the same neighborhood in E10. So I think the point here is that we should really, let's say, dissuade ourselves from this old notion of competition, that, you know, it's a zero-sum game, that if I go down, you know, if I push you down, I'll go up. That sort of competition doesn't make sense. I mean, there's you just talked, and in the presentation just now, there was that product that was put forward by some of the Bank of Uganda and also some of the other collaborators, which actually allows a lot of transactions to take place across banks, etc. And this will be of benefit to the consumer. I mean, you cannot do that without collaboration. So I think we need to, there is a lot of scope for collaboration. It is true that we are also different, meaning at the end of the day, we are running the marathon. I'm running, you are running, but we work together in things that, in terms of pacing each other. And I think this is what we need to do. So let's learn from the elite runners or elite athletes, because really there's a lot of scope for collaboration in everything that we do.
Hello, thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. I am pretty sure we could have gone on for even another 2 hours, because I think picking from what you've just shared around marathon running, I've had an opportunity to train for a marathon, and to be honest with you, I can relate that completing had nothing to do with me, but everybody else who was cheering on. Now, don't ask me what time I made in the marathon. The key thing is I did 42 kilometers, and it was in Nairobi. So thank you very much. Truly humbled, and it's our pleasure to have hosted you as our keynote speaker. Like I said, you've set the tone, you've set the pace, but above all, the foundation upon which we are going to have the next conversations of the day. So we'll allow you to take on and maybe possibly listen to the other sessions. Asante sana, and we truly, truly appreciate your time with us this morning, Dr. Patrick Njoroge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good conference.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break and allow us to go to the different breakout rooms, check out the exhibition as we get the next panel up. And the next panel is going to have a deeper conversation, largely following on to what has come out of the keynote address, but also the different presentations that we've had this morning. And my colleague Julie Kugonzibwa is going to lead that session, and they're going to be discussing tracking developments in the payment space, emerging trends, and the future outlook. And so in 5 minutes, and that is at exactly 10:52, we will be getting back with that panel running. Thank you very much, and please don't go away. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome once again for today's session. And thank you, the audience, for keeping with us. And now we're coming to the next, to the first panel session for the day. And our discussion is a follow-through on what has been discussed since yesterday, but specifically focusing on payments and the trends of payments and what opportunities that places for the industry and all the players. This morning, I have the pleasure to host panelists from industry and regulatory spaces. I'd like to begin by welcoming Ms. Anne Juko. She is here physically with us. Welcome, Anne. Anne is the, sorry. Anne Juko is the current Chief Executive for Stanbic Bank Uganda. Welcome, Anne. She brings a wealth of experience in the financial industry, both at the corporate level, but as well as serving on the individual individuals in the economy. Welcome, Anne, and we believe you'll have an opportunity to tell us more about Stanbic Bank. The next panelist with me here is the Executive Director, Supervision from Bank of Uganda. Welcome, Dr. Twinamanzi. Welcome. Dr. Twinamanzi is a Ugandan economist and central banker who currently is the Executive Director of the Bank Supervision Directorate at the Bank of Uganda, which is the country's central bank and national banking regulator. Prior to his appointment, he served as the Director of Industry Affairs and Current Content and Economic Affairs at the Uganda Communications Commission. Welcome, Dr. Twinamanzi. I have the other panelists online. We also have Ali Sheira, Mr. Ali Sheira, the Country Manager, East Africa for MasterCard. Welcome, Ali.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Sheira Ali is the current manager, East Africa MasterCard, and seasoned banker with enormous experience in international payments, a portfolio management and card payment systems. Sheira will be telling us more about his role and what his entity does. Our fourth panelist this morning is Mr. Peter Kaumi, who is the board chairman of the Financial Technology Services Providers Association, FITSPA, and also is the current country general manager, Interswitch. Peter, you're welcome. We have Peter online as well.
Thank you very much, Julie. A very good morning to each and everyone.
Good morning. Welcome, Peter. Thank you very much for making the time and also for the discussion that we are going to have that very well connects with the earlier speakers, especially on focusing on the customer. Payments is one of those financial services that has a unique ecosystem that looks at the merchants as well as the buyers or the payers. So I believe this discussion will be is very exciting. And one of the key elements that comes with the fourth industrial revolution is where we see the progression of banking into a platform business. And the key offering service, or one of those is payments, as I've shared. And that's what will be the focus of our discussion this morning, to look at the developments, the emerging trends, the opportunities, and how we can leverage those as industry. So as we get into that, I'll ask that each of the panelists will give us a 1-minute introduction of what they do in the industry, and you may want to give us that for purposes of the international audience.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Juko. I work for Stanbic Bank Uganda. I have been a banker over 20 years, and I'm really, really pleased to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Twinamanzi Ndumwene. I'm the Executive Director of Supervision and largely at the Bank of Uganda. And my job basically involves providing oversight over commercial banking, non-bank financial institutions, and I'm also responsible for financial stability within the banking sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Peter, you'll tell us about FITSPA and, so, yes, Ali, please go ahead. Sorry. Ali, please go ahead and share with us about MasterCard.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Julie, for this opportunity. So my name is Shehryar Ali. I am the country manager for MasterCard for the East Africa region, covering 13 geographies, and Uganda is a prize geography for me. And I'm really looking forward to getting into this very engaging discussion and the topics that we have on hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Peter, please go ahead and talk to us about FITSPA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. Just confirm you can hear me.
Very clear.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good morning once again. My name is Peter Kaumi. I am currently the chair of the Financial Technology Services Providers Association in Uganda. In short, we call ourselves the FinTech Association of Uganda. FITSPA represents the local and global FinTech companies that are operating in the country. And our operations are centered around 3 pillars, which is community. So we bring together diverse parts of the FinTech ecosystem to dialogue and collaborate about different things that are going on within the market. Innovation, so we learn from one another to address the pain points faced by the African communities in which we serve. And policy advocacy. So we create a unified voice for the FinTech ecosystem to engage varied stakeholders in policy, on regulation, and other issues. We work very closely with the Bankers Association, so we like to think of the UBA as our big brother and have partnered with them on various things. Today we are a membership of close to 160 members doing a wide variety of things. From your little brother, FITSPA, to UBA, each of our members thanks you for inviting us to contribute to this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And we'll get into the discussion. Dr. Twinemanzi, I'll ask that you kick us off this discussion, specifically looking at how regulators, specifically the Bank of Uganda, will continuously adopt on this changing environment and platform for enabling payments in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. As I begin, perhaps I'll start by paraphrasing Charles Darwin in his landmark text, The Origin of the Species. He said, and I quote, "It's not the strongest species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change." And the evidence on that to date is that the faster the change, especially driven by technology, and whether in the payment space or in any other sphere within the financial services, the consequences of not adapting are far much greater than the costs associated with adapting. So to your question, how should or must we as regulators adapt to this new fast-changing environment? There are 3 things I would like to start with. 1, as regulators, we have to acknowledge, accept rather painfully, that technology will always run much faster and further ahead than regulation. That's the first admission. Second, as regulators, we should not be tempted and we should be averse to attempting to regulate technology, but rather focus our regulatory and supervisory activities and policies to the products and services that those technologies provide. Third, And by focusing on the products and services, it means that our questions as regulators and our concerns would be rather limited to, one, ensuring that for whatever the technology is, irrespective of the technology, platform independent, whatever the product or the service, our focus as regulators should be on how comprehensively identified are the risks associated with those products and services. Two, how effective or the efficacy of the risk management mechanisms that either the providers or that we put in place to ensure that those risks are mitigated. Because for risks, you have got two kinds of risks. You've got what we call diversifiable risks and non-diversifiable risks. Diversifiable risks are those you can potentially pay someone else to take on because they're in a better position and have better skill set to handle those risks. Non-diversifiable risks are those that you must internally find a way of managing so that you minimize the impact, especially the negative impact, but maximize the upside of those risks to your business. And then third, especially from financial institutions, is in the event, however, because you see, however comprehensive you identify the risks, however good or effective the risk mitigation measures you put in place, sometimes you have black swans. You have events that, to use the words of Donald Rumsfeld, the unknown unknowns. In the event those risks were to materialize, to what extent or what amount of capital or reserves are you holding to minimize the impact of those risks on your balance sheet? So, in my humble opinion, really, that's the best way we as regulators should respond to this ever-changing landscape around the business models of those we regulate. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you for that detailed baseline that you give us on how regulation is responding, and really it gives us the opportunity to see that the industry is undercover and clearly being regulated. Now, there's an element that you raised, Doctor, about the fact that technology moves faster than the supervision or the regulation, which I believe is in many ways an opportunity for the financial sector in areas of innovation. And that brings me to Ali, please, that if you could speak to us about the role of development partners like yourselves in the area of innovation to be able to see how these emerging trends in the payments sector, how you come in to support the financial services industry to see that there is growth in that area. Welcome, Ali.
Thank you, Juliet. And thank you for asking this pertinent question. You know, we think about these things day in, day out these days, and the trends are changing so fast that it's sometimes hard to keep up. But firstly, it's a pleasure to be sharing this panel with Dr. Twine, who is my fellow Longhorn from University of Texas, Miss Anne, a pleasure as well, and Mr. Peter as well. Well, you know, COVID-19 as a pandemic, you know, has had its economic implications and has kind of left the world reeling in its wake. Now, in the weeks and months following the outbreak, a new ecosystem has taken over the old one. You know, there's it has caused a departure from the traditional ways of how people worked, how they shopped, how they live. And if I just step back and think of the pandemic, it has had an adverse impact on various global economies and people, but in many ways, it has been a catalyst for change. Exponentially, I think more people are now aware and understand that the cost of cash is pretty high. There's the cost, actually the physical cost, but then there is the health and safety related issues as well that have come to light. So I think what the pandemic did for payments was that it changed consumer habits. 73% of people in Africa and Middle East are shopping more online than they did prior to the pandemic. And that's a huge number by all estimates. Our current estimate is that 20 to 30% of the COVID-related surge in e-commerce, it's going to remain because behaviors are sticky. So when behaviors are changed, yes, there's initial spike, but then it continues or it maintains that momentum. According to the MasterCard's new payment index survey, 95% of people in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa are considering emerging payments such as wearables, biometrics, digital wallets, cryptocurrency is also getting tested, and QR codes is becoming more of a norm. So in Q1 2021, MasterCard witnessed 1 billion, that's a huge number, 1 billion more contactless transactions globally compared to Q1 2020. So the three trends that I see on the payment side, Juliet, are that firstly, e-commerce has gone up a lot. But more importantly, it's not just that it scaled during the pandemic because you're sitting at home and you still need to shop. It is now that consumers have tried it and are comfortable with how it's supposed to work. And as we go forward in the future, it will be a channel that consumers will use more often than they have ever done in the past. The second thing is contactless. When one suddenly starts to think that physical contact has issues with it, both in terms of the customer experience and then cash, which itself comes with its own set of issues, that's something that people are reacting to now. And the third trend that we are seeing is domestic spend is going up, which if we look at the numbers, it's grown up by 38% in Africa and the Middle East in Q1 2021, year on year. But, you know, I think, like Mr. Twenemanze also pointed to the fact that every change comes with its own set of challenges that we all as stakeholders in our ecosystem have to deal with. So the rise in the online transactions and digital payments has been accompanied by a surge in threat actors who have exploited uncertainty and global events to perpetuate malicious acts. According to the McAfee report, with global spending on cybersecurity expected to have exceeded $145 billion in 2020, cybercrime is now a $1 trillion drag on the global economy. And that's massive, and that needs a reaction. And Africa is no exception to it. So to mitigate cyber threats, MasterCard has launched several initiatives. In 2020, it unveiled the CyberSecure, an AI or artificial intelligence powered suite of tools enabling banks to assess cyber risks. And in 2019, the same company protected stakeholders from $20 billion worth of fraud. So that's just one example. But let me come to the more interesting part, Juliet, which I think the panel will probably discuss in further detail. Data security, privacy, and safety is becoming a critical challenge of the hour. And why I say that is that because we, as the leaders of our ecosystems, must preserve certain customer rights. Now, what are those rights? Firstly, it's your data as a consumer, and you have the right to benefit from it. Second, you have the right to know who has been collecting your data, and you should not be subject to 18-page complicated disclosures to understand that you are forfeiting those rights. Thirdly, you have the right to be forgotten. You should have the power to remove your data from entities that you don't want to hold the same information. And fourthly, we as responsible players or stakeholders in the ecosystem, when we do collect data from customers, we must ensure and strive that we collect only the minimum data that is needed to conduct or provide a particular benefit to the customer. So I believe the democratization of digital payments will yield results if we re-engineer solutions to cover all socioeconomic segments and don't leave anybody excluded. We must lower the digital costs. We must regulate taxation in a way that it promotes inclusion versus exclusion. And I think we must fight the menace of cash. And that's something that the new trends that we have just touched on is rapidly replacing. Although under no delusion, 90% of all transactions today in Africa happen on cash, but this trend is changing. Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you very much, Ali, for that detailed trend analysis, both from the customer's need as well as the offerings that are available, but also being able to put that together with the areas that we need to look at. I really want to bring that to life by asking Anne to share with us what financial institutions are doing to using the fourth industrial revolution to harness financial services, payments, and as well as being able to continue doing the role of financial institutions, creating that safety, that trust in the industry. Welcome, Anne.
Thank you very much for that question. I think to put it in context and to put it right, I'm not copying Dr. Twinemanzi, but I think if I was to copy somebody, it would be a bad one to copy. But I'll put it in context by starting to quote the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum described the fourth industrial revolution as that there has never been a greater time, a time of greater promise or peril, and than what the fourth industrial revolution represents for all of us. The fourth industrial revolution is something that is going to change every single facet of life. In fact, it's already changing it. The question then becomes, how do we, in the financial sector, use the new technologies to perform our intermediation role better? How do we move from what we've always had into something completely new? And if we were to be honest with ourselves, we would start by acknowledging that we haven't always, in fact, we are yet to do our intermediation role the way we should do it. And the reason why I say this is, one, we haven't included everybody. The question of the issue of financial inclusion continues to be a sore point everywhere, and something that has to be addressed. And these new emerging technologies will be able to help us do that. The issue of cost of banking. I can see the regulator nodding. The cost of intermediation is another big one. So when you think about the Industrial Revolution and the advantages it gives you, or what it promises to give us, questions of being able to provide affordable banking to everybody, and I mean everybody, leaving nobody behind. And I suppose if you listen to Dr. Njoroge before, he emphasized a lot about inclusion. It is the challenge of our generation, and I cannot think of a better way to get inclusion than to use the new technologies. And we also talk about the peril of the fourth industrial revolution. One of the biggest things I concern myself with is what it actually means when all these technologies come to life. Yes, we will do our jobs better, we will serve Uganda better, and indeed, in the long run, we should be able to lift the economy as a whole. But it comes with some challenges. And some of those challenges that Mr. Schwab talks about is the human cost. The human cost. And I don't want to go far. I'll give you an example we can all relate to. If you take banking 20 years ago and you walked into any bank, there would be members of your staff who had been tellers for 30 years. It was a profession. You were a teller. And it was a paying profession. You looked after your family. You did well. But today, if you look at any bank volume, the volume of transactions coming through your branches is reducing every day. So what happens to that human resource? What happens to that? Where do we put those people? How do you change them into something else? So the fourth industrial revolution, yes, will open, and we have to be discussing these things here, that yes, it will provide a lot of promise and a lot of ways to do things better, but it comes with the challenges, and we must be cognizant of the challenges and seek solutions to those challenges. The human one is just one of them. There are several others. I understand that the issue of cybersecurity will be talked about over and over again. It is a clear and present danger that we need to talk about. The issue of capacity and how we change the way the human resource impact. Yes, we want to do all these things, because when you talk about fourth industrial revolution, you're talking about self-driving cars, 3D printing, deep learning, AI, and all that. But who's going to do these jobs? Where is the capacity to get these things done? If you look at the university intake and the university outputs, they are still training more MBAs. And they are still training more accounting. They are still so they are training more of those and where the industry is actually moving. Yeah. So even as we embrace these technologies, which will surely change the way we work, we must think about the perils. So it's a promise and a peril. The perils and how we handle the perils. But no doubt, move forward we must, knowing full well what the challenges are and how we unlock these challenges.
Thank you very much, Anne. And that is very insightful, looking at how the emphasis that came through from the keynote speech about human-centered, making sure that we center our services and offerings to the people. It's very interesting. And we've seen that there's new operating models that have come up and business models that have come up where we see entities that are usually called startups, but I want to look at them as fintechs, because whether they are startups, but they are fintechs, that we have to kind of work. They bring along an entrepreneurial element to pick up the gap that is presented by the human capital issues, as very well highlighted as one of the issues. So I'll ask Peter that you speak to us about what that layer of fintechs can do to support the growth of the economic growth, but specifically also to complete the payments ecosystem. Welcome, Peter.
Okay, thank you very much, Juliet. And but first of all, I will start by saying it's extremely exciting to hear a big bank like Stanbic, to hear the regulator really recognize the role of the fourth industrial revolution, to recognize the role of fintechs and the role of technology as a whole in changing how financial services are consumed. It's exciting for me, for somebody like me who is in fintech, because it is evident that financial technology and how consumers are adopting financial services has changed over the last few years. I mean, we've moved over the last 20 years from checks, from EFT and RTGS to instant payments through mobile money, to instant payments through various apps, to agent assistant transactions through third parties, through bank agents, etc. And this is very exciting for the economy. It's very exciting for financial sector players, etc. Importantly though, even if we've seen these developments over the last few years, it's important to note that we are still barely scratching the surface. There are still very many Ugandans that are not accessing formal financial services, and therefore do not have access to trusted savings, to trusted credit facilities, and to trusted payments solutions. And the knock-on effect of this is that the economy as a whole is affected. Now, somebody might sit back and say, government at Yambe, what can the government do for us to address this? But the reality is that we as a financial sector industry and financial sector players have a much even bigger role to play. Now, what I would like to do is to highlight 3 areas that I believe directly within the payments ecosystem, financial sector players can actually work together to address. And what I will do is give very live examples about what's going on today, and the work that FITSPA is doing in collaboration with the Bankers Association. The first is an area that Anne has touched on and is clearly on her mind and may be keeping her awake. And I know it's an area that that you're very passionate about, Juliet, and also Michael is passionate about. And this is an area of talent and job creation. Today, there is a major net skills demand in the payment space and in the financial sector for the future. What do I mean here? What I mean is that the universities, the colleges are not churning out near enough talent for absorption into the financial sector and into the financial technology space. So earlier in his presentation, Honorable Bajire spoke about, there not being enough cloud engineers, there not being enough EFT engineers, data analysts, etc. By the way, in the past, I've been accused of using very many acronyms when I'm speaking to audiences. But this time, I'm actually doing it on purpose because I would like to drive the point home. Today, we don't have enough skilled people in these technologies that we know are driving the future of the financial sector. And the result of that is that when a bank or another financial sector player wants a chief innovation officer, or if they want a switch administrator, or if they want a data analyst, what they end up doing is stealing from another bank or stealing from another sector player within the fintech space. What we need to do is think very creatively about how we plug this gap. FITSPA is working collaboratively with the Bankers Association through the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services to get ahead of this. And what we're doing is working very closely with the Institute to develop a curriculum that addresses the gaps that we see in the industry. Secondly, so that is talent. Secondly is on product development. As I mentioned earlier, and has been mentioned by Ali during his earlier presentation, is very many people are still not within the formal financial sector. What that means is that the products that are being developed by banks and other sector players may not be responsive to the consumers. And yet we know that there is an increasing interest in African consumers, which is why we see all these international financial service providers coming onto the continent to try to serve these consumers. Now, what that means is that there is high demand for insights that will be driven by understanding what the data tells us about these financial service providers. So I'll give an example. Today, we have some members within our association that have merchants, that have agents, that have been serving consumers over the last few years. These small businesses often do not have a bank account and have no interest at this time in opening one. And yet, these members, these network providers have a lot of data relating to these small businesses. It would be very, very exciting if we saw collaboration between some of the Bankers Association members and FITSPA's members to address the needs of these small businesses. And going back to the earlier point that was made about SMEs, SMEs are the driver of Uganda. And we have here an opportunity of up to 50,000 small businesses that need credit today, particularly now during COVID, where their capital has been eroded on the back of the pandemic. Lastly, and very briefly, I would like to talk to international trade and remittances. A couple of weeks ago, I was reading a report from Remitscope, I think, that said that remittances into Uganda last year were at $1.1 billion. So $1.1 billion came into Uganda in form of remittances. And these are people who are doing cheyo, working in other countries and sending money to home for consumption. However, the cost of those remittances coming into Uganda was 11% average. This is higher than the Africa average of 7.5%, and also higher than the East Africa average of 8.4%. What this means is things like East African Community, COMESA, the Africa the Continental Free Trade Zone. These things don't mean anything to the person of every day. You know, these things need to really be brought to life. A fair way of looking at it is also related to the cost of delivering financial services, as Anne mentioned. We have to think creatively about sharing the infrastructure that drives the cost of the delivery of these financial services higher. These may be through shared masts, that, as we've seen in telcos, but also through shared infrastructure like switches, etc. Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you very much, Peter, for putting the payments ecosystem to life and really bringing in the element of risk that is presented. And that's what brings me back to you, Dr. Twinamanzi. You highlighted earlier that one of the key roles of the regulator is to see the effectiveness of the risk management framework, both within the regulator space, but of course by the players. Looking at what has been discussed on the gaps of people, skill gaps that comes with the fourth industrial revolution, but yet that gives an opportunity for partnerships with innovators like fintechs. That creates a whole new operating business model. So just giving us that, highlighting to us the way the risk management control that the regulator will continue to, that continues to give the industry to be able to create the trust, because this area needs to grow. I believe when the payment space grows and we pick up the different opportunities available, then the trust increases and the cost issues that have been highlighted and many other things would come down. So I welcome you, Doctor, to speak to us on that area of risk management, oversight by the regulator in working also with even other regulators in this space.
You know, normally before I speak, I say something, I like to preface my words with a quote from someone. There's a gentleman who is often referred to as the sage of Omaha, Warren Buffett. And his basic guiding philosophy, his investing philosophy is, it's inevitable that any business will make money, that any innovation has an upside. So his only one instruction, if you read through some of his letters to the shareholders, his one focus is, do not lose money. And that's from an investing point of view. Let me bring that home now to technology and risk management. As my friend Kaumi has said, fintechs, which is financial firms providing technology services, or tech firms, which are technology companies providing financial services, are always focused on the upside, the benefits. But I am yet to find one single human endeavor for which their only upsides, the only benefits, with no downside. None. And you can allow your mind to roll into the gutter and go as far as go down that road. But for every benefit, there is a downside. Isaac Newton said, for every force, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Now, as a regulator, and one that has moved and is in the process of moving completely entirely to risk-based management, what does that mean? It means that our job is largely more or less defined for us. That in as much as all these technologies are coming, and they're inevitable, we can't stop them. And to use a phrase from Ruchiga, toka yanga kuviyama ngutine kurota, you cannot refuse to sleep because you fear nightmares. These things are inevitable. The question then becomes, is to what extent have you clearly identified the potential sources of instability either to your business model or risks to your business model? Governor Njoroge did make reference to this when he was talking about some of these products being brought to market before they are ready, so to speak. So on risk management, the focus is on how well have you identified both the existing risks and emerging risks that you see over the horizon coming by virtue of the fact that you have made a decision to adopt a specific technology or use a certain platform to deliver your services. Okay? Or to what extent have your existing risks, to what extent are they being modified or transformed, and how ready are you to deal with those events in the event they materialize? Go back to my earlier statement about diversifiable and non-diversifiable risks. So in assessing the risk management frameworks or mechanisms that institutions put in place as they adopt this technology, the first question is, we ask, do you understand the risk? Is it a risk you can pay someone, maybe perhaps pay an insurance company and they take over? And you sit back and do what you have to do. If it's a risk that you have to take on, how ready are you both from a governance point of view, from an operational point of view, from an IT readiness point of view, in terms of skill sets and resources to handle or manage this risk? Some risks can never go away completely. But you can ameliorate the impact of those risks. So in assessing risk management, that is our focus. To what extent do you have a system, structures, processes, technology, and people to minimize the impact of that risk on your business model and on those external stakeholders that depend on your continued existence for their sustenance? To what extent you have those structures in place to manage that? This is always an interactive discussion, especially when it comes to 4IR. It has to be. Without intending to say so, it has become very clear in the discussion we had so far that even the central banks, as we are in the worst position when it comes to even understanding some of these technologies. Okay? As central banks, we tend to focus on what was being done in the past and make sure it does not happen again. We need to have a mindset change to say what could happen that has never happened before and how to prepare ourselves for it. If we understand that, then it becomes easier when it comes to the questions we ask the entities that we regulate. Okay? So that is a broad synopsis of the kind of what we look at when we talk about risk management for these fourth industrial revolution technologies. And by the way, just for the record, it is not so much that the fourth industrial revolution of 4IR is only applicable to the entities that we regulate. Even we ourselves must begin thinking of how we need to change the way we regulate or supervise, taking advantage of these very same technologies that the entities we regulate use. So, something I said earlier on, because remember I said technology will always outpace regulation. I think the bigger focus for us as a regulator is, yes, if we can admit that and accept it, which is inevitable, our focus then should be that it should not run too far ahead for us. So in other words, we've got to keep running and make sure that perhaps we can't be one step behind, but we should be too far behind, because then what's the point of regulating when you are attempting to do something that you don't understand, or that is constantly changing, that by the time you go through your lengthy process of putting in place laws, regulations, policies, and so on, they are already outdated. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that detailed framework of what you consider as a regulator. And I would like that you give us the context of what are those, because you shared with us the challenges that comes with the 4IR, but those challenges come with risks. So what are those risks that you're facing as industry, even as you continue to look at how you use 4IR as an inevitable way of progressing banking and offering financial services? Thanks.
Thank you for that question. There are several risks, and these come in different and varying categories. But I'll broadly characterize them. We already talked about cybersecurity. That is a really, really big risk. And it's a risk in a sense that it is almost unquantifiable, because you cannot mimic. It's not a function of what's happened in the past. So it's such a big part of what we need to do to get ahead of, if we can. And the numbers from earlier of 20 billion of worth of risk that they've saved is testimony to how big this industry is. So that's number one. But there are other conversations, and I'm glad the regulator is in the same room for us to talk about. That the market demands that we innovate and innovate quickly. Yeah, but the regulatory framework is not set up enough to allow for collaboration. And I'll give you a simple example I had this morning at breakfast. I was having breakfast with Wim of MTN just this morning. And we were decrying the cost of KYC. And because on the telecom side, he's answering to the UCC, on the banking side, answering to Bank of Uganda, the question was, if he has done KYC once, and it's a proper record, you have a national ID, you have a fingerprint, why must the bank do it? Why can we not create a framework where this information can be shared? Because we cannot, on one hand, and I'm so glad the regulator is here, and other regulators as well, we cannot on one hand say, which is a fact, that the cost of financial intermediation must come down, and then not create an environment where that comes down. The direct cost of, the same is true for, so the second challenge that the industry faces is the regulatory framework. It needs to work. It needs to lend itself to the broader national problems for us to make it work. So that's a second part that really, really is key to some of the fourth industrial revolution. And I'll give you another example as well. If we sit here and agree that as an economy, we will do better with less cash as a form of payment, the regulatory environment must follow and really demonstrate. And we want to thank you, Bank of Uganda, that the check cap has come down to 10, but it should be down to 0. Because we have seen environments that end up without any paper checks, and they're working fine. So creating that, the fuel that we need to drive the change that we need to then transform not just the industry, but as a country, must be fully regulated and worked through in the same regard. The third is education and consumer protection. So you educate your customers so that they know what is going on, but you also educate them so that they know their rights and they can protect themselves. And that is an ongoing concern, that with every new innovation, you have to carry your customers along, and you have to carry your consumers along. And remember, we said, at the core of all this, any innovation in the world that is not inclusive of everybody, that does not touch as many people as possible, is not innovation, because then it doesn't become sustainable. Any success that is only serving a small part of the society is not sustainable success. So if we change our definition for what we want the sector to be, we then change our expectation of what we want to get from fourth industrial revolution. And you will note that I'm not restricting my arguments to payments. This is cutting across the entire financial spectrum. That if we say that inclusion is at the core, then everything we're doing must be driving that inclusion. And therefore, what we are solving for, from a risk or challenge point of view, must be towards enabling that. We talk about matters like privacy and data privacy, and what that means and where we're going with that. With every single advancement, data privacy becomes a real concern. a real concern. Because now, think about it, and I always like giving examples you can use. If you've been in lockdown for the last 40 odd days, if someone were to get information of how you're spending, be it on your mobile money or your account or even your digital footprint, they know everything you've done. They know where you bought your food. They know where they know everything you've done. So this information, many a time, the fear of this fourth industrial revolution and what it brings is because, what if people know about me? No, I would rather use my cash. Because if I come into the system, then they'll know. So how do we protect that? How do we give people that comfort that even with these new technologies, they will still be protected? Because remember, banking was built on trust.
Yes.
At the core of banking is trust.
Yes.
If we're innovating in areas or ways that are bringing fear as opposed to trust, that becomes a challenge to how we can absorb these systems. And last but not least, I cannot overemphasize the impact on the human element. The fourth industrial revolution, unlike other industries, if you take from the first revolution, which was the steam engine, to the second, which was electricity, the third, which is then computer, here the fuel is information. It's either machine to machine, machine to person, but it's information at the core of that. And how we as human beings interact with machines to create that magic, right? So the human element in everything we're doing, whether it's skills, whether it's acceptability, whether it's the fears that we have, the human element is such a big part of what we have to solution for, be it from a risk point of view or a reward point of view. The human piece is such a big part of what we need to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anne, and I see the passion that you're sharing with us, and that's very comforting for us as financial services users and practitioners, and bringing out that convergence of the human element of from a user, but also operating point of view to bringing it to life as an important element that we must care about. And indeed, caring it is. We would like to call upon you, Ali, to share with us what kind of interventions can be put in place to respond to at least, not everything, but just one element. As we put this to a close, we have a number of people who are giving us questions. Thank you very much, audience, for keeping us engaged. We'll be coming to the questions shortly. Ali, keep it short so that we can get to the questions and respond to the audience. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you. This has been really invigorating, and I'm so excited. Look, let me draw a picture for the audience. So if we imagine a triangle, yeah, and let's imagine that one side of that triangle is man versus nature. And when I say man versus nature, we're talking about, the rising levels of water, the warming up of oceans, the melting of the ice caps, and COVID in itself is a challenge of tremendous proportions. If you look at the other side of it, which is financial and social inclusion, so that is a key part of what we've been discussing. Any innovation, like Anne said, spot on, is not sustainable if it does not cater for social and financial inclusion. And remember, this social and financial inclusion could be led by gender. It could be led by race. There are many facets to it, and we have to do a better job than what we've done thus far. Now, at the base of this triangle, as how I look at it, is that there's this sense of short-termism. There's this sense of commercial focus, and everything else can follow later. And that no longer is viable. That is no longer sustainable. Short-termism, when I say short-termism, I mean that if we set ourselves quarter-to-quarter commercial goals, that is going to be a grave injustice to doing the right thing for ourselves and our future generations. We must have a 3 to 4 or 5 year plan which caters for, yes, the commercial angle, which is a very important one, but then how are we balancing the man versus nature part? how are we getting the social and financial inclusion in play? And how do we do that? And at MasterCard, we believe in something that our chairman, stresses a lot, is doing well by doing good. And there are a few commitments that come on the back of that. And one of them is that, we will be including 1 billion people into the formal economy by 2025. We set ourselves a goal to have 500 million by 2020, which is done, tick. But now it's another 500 million by 2025. And that's not just as a big number. We have broken it down to 50 million SMEs, and obviously a special focus on 25 million women entrepreneurs as well. So inclusion is a big part of what MasterCard, the way we are approaching the bigger problem across the globe. And let's look at the current situation, Juliet, and I'll just keep this short. If we, from today, where we are, vaccination levels are slowly coming in, the vaccinations are coming in, or vaccines are coming into Africa. If we are to return back to the pre-COVID growth rates of 5 to 8% in East Africa, we must together, collectively, collaboratively, strengthen the SME sector now, so that once the economy is ready for that boom and there's that pent-up demand that is staring at us, we don't leave the SMEs behind. We need to have the SME sector vibrantly contributing, because if we think that we can solve for this problem later, they may not be a later, because we know that 90% of business contribution to any economy is by the SMEs. So we must uplift them and bring them along. Last example from my side is, it's as simple as an API. We've got a concept called Simplify Commerce that MasterCard has actively engaged in different markets. It's simply an API-based application where an SME can be onboarded in 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes, to start accepting digital payments. It's in a box, it's a template. You can just put up your store, you can sell your goods, and it's very easy. It puts them on the digital map. It makes the lenders happy because now you have data flow, again, versus cash when there is no records. So it creates a new ecosystem. And it's this kind of ecosystem which can be sustainable and can lead to equitable growth. Thank you, Julian.
Ali, thank you for sharing that, the kind of interventions that industry and other market players can come together to respond to the issues that we have at hand. So we'll take a few questions, and I'd like to start with you, Peter Kaumi. And this is from Robert Magala. It says, as we discuss collaboration with fintech players and banks, largely small players with limited governance structures, how do you think the counterparty risk shall be mitigated? Peter?
Okay, thank you very much, Juliet, and great question from you, Robert. My assumption is that Robert's question is coming from the appreciation that there are different types, different sizes of fintechs. And when I say sizes, I mean, we have the startups who have excellent ideas. They've been in business just a few months, to the multinationals like Ali's team with MasterCard and others. The reality is the strength, the capacity of these fintechs is just as vast, and this is even put in even more focus because of the recent passing of the regulations, the NPS regulations that these fintechs now have to comply by. And quite frankly, the reality is that many of these fintechs are now starting to really appreciate the breadth of these regulations and what it's going to take to comply by them. Because of all this, there are different governance structures within different fintechs. Some are very complex, like the multinationals will have governance structures and will therefore comply with the regulations quite easily. Others are almost non-existent, and I think this is the point that Robert is trying to make. What would we do for those small fintechs, those local fintechs that may not necessarily have full compliance teams, full risk management frameworks, and may not therefore understand what it takes, not just to comply with the regulation, but also to serve customers within a safe environment. The association has embarked on a program that we call the Code of Conduct. And what we are rolling out is a framework that allows different players within our membership base to get prepared for a stronger regulatory framework. Of course, this is very much aligned to the National Payment Systems regulations. Some of our members are starting to comply with this Code of Conduct. And I must mention that it was supported, its development was supported by Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. So some of our members have started to comply with this Code of Conduct. What we have seen is that the ones that are complying are actually finding it significantly easier to comply with the regulations when they go to do so. Now, does this mean that the governance structures, the counterparty risk is fully addressed? Maybe not in the short term. However, does it mean that we are well on the way to making sure that these risks and these structures are being adequately addressed? Absolutely. Thank you very much, Juliet.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I believe that even with the current and payments regulations also brings a lot of structure around that, and thanks to the regulator. And I have a number of questions to you, Dr. from the audience, and thank you, audience, for keeping us engaged. I'll give you two questions at the same time, kind of related but different. So we have Robert Tumwine, who says, in this fourth industrial revolution, what is the regulator's plan as far as enabling cloud hosting services for the financial institutions, given that storage is going to be key in this era? And this relates very well with one of the issues that was raised about data. It is one, to collect the data, use and analyze, but then to store it. So I'm very sure you'll be able to respond to that. And the second one related to that is that there are a number of various high-cost unbundled components. There are a number of various high-cost unbundled components relating to the fourth industrial revolution and provided by private players. How shall pricing to the ultimate user be regulated? So it's an issue of pricing. I'll read it again, Doctor. There are a number of various high-cost unbundled components related to the fourth industrial revolution and provided by private players. How shall pricing to the ultimate user be regulated? Doctor.
I'll start with Mr. Tumwine's question. What's our plan for cloud computing? I believe if Mr. Tumwine was with us right from the beginning, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier on, but in a slightly different way. The regulator's role with regards to cloud computing, which is a service, is that we're going to focus on three parts. One, for any institution that chooses to go down the road or have a plan of adopting cloud computing in its services or in its operations, there are going to be three very simple questions we're going to ask if it's a financial institution. One, how comprehensive is your risk register? In other words, how comprehensively have you assessed the risks that you will face today when you adopt it, and the risks that you will be facing down the road after you adopt it? Question number one. So the comprehensiveness of your risk register. Two, what kind of risk management mechanisms, frameworks, policies, or tools have you put in place to manage and ameliorate the impact of those risks in the event they materialize? 3, and this is specific to financial institutions, within your capital planning and capital allocation, how much capital are you setting aside to deal with an event, with a situation where one of those risks that you have properly identified, put in place a risk management mechanism for, how much capital are you holding or should you be holding in the event that risk materializes in such a manner that it does not affect your ability to continue providing business tomorrow. That is the broad spectrum. Of course, within the risk identification, there's a whole spectrum of risks. Operational resilience, cybersecurity, like Anne was saying. You have got things like, especially for cloud computing, concentration risk. What does it mean to you, for example, as an entity, if one cloud service provider is handling 80% of your back office operations? How are you dealing with that concentration risk? There's an issue of vendor lock-in. How easy is it for you that if you're dissatisfied with Amazon Web Services for you to move to Microsoft Azure? Okay? Their risks are rated around the something that Ali mentioned, the right to be forgotten. When you decide to change the service provider, what guarantees do you have that when you say, I have deleted my data, it is actually deleted? And then, of course, even from a regulator's point of view, is if you have access to your data and your transactional data within the cloud, to what extent shall we also have the same access, or will you give us access through you for purposes of supervision or regulation? That's on the risk identification side. So what are you putting in place to make sure all those are there? I mean, someone might say, oh, well, you see, I have very stringent service level agreements. Okay. But should the risk materialize, is the service level agreement adequate to protect you or to protect the customers whose data you're holding? And the other emerging risk, especially with cloud computing, is that we know that open banking is around the corner. The concept that the customer owns the information and the customer's historical data, which was a competitive advantage for the service provider, now has to be permissioned. Permissioned in the sense that for anyone, that customer, he or she, can make that information available to any other service provider, even irrespective of the fact that the financial institution that holds their data was using that as a competitive advantage. And the other person doesn't have to pay a single shilling or dollar for it. What does that mean for your business model? What does it mean if it's positioned in the cloud as opposed to here? Fortunately, when you look at the Data Privacy and Protection Act that we have in Uganda 2019, and I can't remember the section off my head, it was largely an adaptation of the privacy regulation in the EU. Okay? So there are certain inherent protections, and for example, one of the things, if you're going to do cloud computing, one of the questions would be, so where will your data be resident? What are the data residency or data domiciling requirements or risks? The current law that we have in Uganda actually allows you to have your data domiciled elsewhere on the condition that that domicile has got regulations and protections that are equal to or greater than those provided here. So when Mr. Tumwine asks, what are we doing about cloud computing? Again, it goes back to what I said earlier on, that even we as regulators need to first refocus ourselves and decide that we are going to stay away from cloud computing as a technology and focus on the service that cloud computing basically provides, which, by the way, is not actually storage. What cloud computing does, or what a cloud service provider provides to you, is security. Security of your data, security of your processes, and security of the information that's available or that you have or that which they host on your behalf. So, the summary of a response to Tumwine is, we are adjusting our regulatory and supervisory focus on two, just the services and from a risk-based perspective. Second question, that the unbundled high-cost components provided by private providers, how do we address the pricing to the final user? You know, I have my personal discomfort with any attempt at price regulation, and for good reason. You can only attempt price regulation when you have done a comprehensive study or assessment of someone's cost structure. So there are all these fancy models in economics, long-run incremental costing plus and long-run incremental costing 2, to help you understand how an entity arrives at its pricing. And even then, if there are inherent structural inefficiencies in your market, you must price them. Now the question becomes, how efficient are you at doing that as a regulator? Isn't the private sector player better able to do that? Shouldn't the focus then instead be on more of conduct issues? Are your practices anti-competitive? Are you deliberately frustrating others from entering the market? Okay? So you can manage price regulation not directly, but looking at conduct issues. Okay?
Yeah.
So to address the final, pricing to the final user, I don't think that's the place of the regulator. Because more often than not, and I know the governor has mentioned this sometime in 2020 when there was when the governor issued a statement with regards to directing banks to reconsider their pricing. But at the same time, we'll be the first people to admit that there are certain inherent inefficiencies and structural problems within our economy. Think of it as a hump, as a speed hump, especially on the downward side. And that's the price of government, the price at which government is willing to borrow from the domestic market. She's a bank, even if it costs her 3.5% to mobilize deposits. If the risk-free rate, which is the rate at which government borrows, currently sits at 12%, with no risk whatsoever, why then do I think who is a potential source of credit risk, can get money cheaper than 12%? And the cost of government borrowing is informed by very many other things, some of which are way outside even my comprehension. So if the CBR is at 7, government is borrowing at 12, there's no bank going to lend you at less than 12. That's one. The second one is enforceability of contracts, of loan contracts in this country.
Yes.
Okay? Every time a bank makes a loan, even if you're potentially, someone with very low risk, the bank has to ask itself, in the event this person fails to pay the money, and I have to enforce the collateral to collect this money. On average, how long does it take? Look at the Mortgage Act 2009. The average time duration is about, if you're 2 years, 2 to 3 years. That means there's an opportunity cost for that money in the 2 to 3 years before you recover it. The bank must price that. Okay? So, when it comes to pricing, there are so many other things to look at, and I would be very hesitant, perhaps even opposed, to attempting to impose pricing on financial services. And we have an example from Kenya, where we have seen what happened when they applied a cap or tried to manage the pricing of credit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Just before we proceed, our viewers on NTV, the conversation continues on Zoom and the other platform, YouTube. So thank you very much for keeping with us on NTV. And we'll come to some realities here that have question that has been raised. And I'll give you 2 areas to discuss with us. even as we manage the time elements here. So please talk to us about specific programs that Stanbic is doing to drive inclusion for the Ugandan market to be able to serve the bottom of the pyramid. And this, I believe, comes from your very well detailed discussion you had with us on the need to have inclusion for us to be able to acknowledge the innovation we are doing. That's number one. The second one is, how can financial services, this is from Charles Fianci, how can financial services embrace technology to better up their risk management strategies? How can financial services embrace technology to better up their risk management strategies? Over to you, Anne.
Thank you very much. You must be careful when you ask me about my programs, how much, because I can speak about them the whole day. But in brief, they are going forward, and we started this a couple of years back, and we'll continue. We are putting financial inclusion at the core of what we're doing as a bank, and we are reflecting this in several programs. I will start with our Economic Enterprise Restart Fund. This one we launched last year. At its peak, it will be a $100 million fund, and we've gotten several partnerships. One of them is with ABI, two is with Profira, IFAD, and so many others, where we've come together and put a fund for economic restart. We recognize with concern that the impact of COVID, wave one of COVID last year, was already had on the smaller, medium, and even individual businesses that are not built with enough shock absorbers. So we started an economic restart fund. And in this restart fund, we give credit and training and digitization to businesses that are in that category at very low rates. For example, and this is going to shock you, we are lending to agriculture circles at 12% to the circle out of this restart fund. And why do we do this? Again, we say, if I sat here from Crested Towers and want to get to the farmer at the end of that, it may be difficult. And the cost of me going to the farmer will be difficult. If, however, I work through the circle, I work through the VSLA, I am able to disintermediate between that farmer and the main banking industry. And it's not enough to just throw money at the problem. Because in the past, we lent and we walked away. But we're now partnering to say, how do you make this really, really work? So one, provide financing at a price they can afford. At a price they can afford. Because we've always had it, and this is, I like how the doctor put it. Yes, there are structural problems. But can they be overcome? The answer is a resounding yes. They can and should be overcome. Because if you're lending to somebody at 10% per month, you're condemning that person to a lifetime of poverty at 10% per month. You're not including them, you're not helping them. So if that Economic Restart Fund is one where we intermediate and provide financing at a price they can afford, an area they can reach via at the nearest village or LC1 in your circle, we bring it to you. We are also removing the English in banking and intermediation. And I say this with a straight face, because in this program we realize that every time, money matters are very emotive matters. Every time you talk about money and you put it in a language that is a second or third language, the people you're trying to serve, you have, without intending to, excluded them. You have excluded them. And for the longest time, these banks are elitist, they speak English, they have all these big words and all this. It must be at a level they understand, at a price they can afford, in an area that they can reach. So our Economic Restart Fund will go up to $100 million, chip financing, and we are adding digitization to it. Yeah, so that because the only way you provide chip is the fourth industrial revolution we're talking about, is when it is, only technology can. If I were to put a CIT truck to take the money to deep in Kanungu or Katete, where I come from, you can't. The cost is just exorbitant. But using technology, I can disburse onto your mobile phone on our FlexiPay app, which is free of charge. So you asked about Stanbic specific programs. The third one is we are using the incubator to say that it's not enough for you to throw money at me without training me as an SME, without teaching me the basics of running a business, without equipping me. You know that Chinese proverb, and I'm hungry, don't give me a fish, teach me how to fish. So we are also using our incubator to say, how do we work with these businesses to help them, one, develop resilience, two, understand what they're doing, and the third and the fourth and more important one is connectivity, opening market spaces to our customers. So for example, in the earlier example I gave, we have coffee growing circles and VSLs in the eastern part of Uganda. We've taken our corporate customers and put them in touch with the farmers, and remove the intermediaries so that the farmer who we are looking to lift can get the most out of their crop. And the corporate can train these people through our programs to then be able to. So you have the ecosystem fully covered. And that is one really big one that we're doing in there. The second one is a one farm. We're an agriculture nation. 66% of the population is involved in agriculture. And sadly, despite our best efforts, we haven't fully and efficiently banked agriculture. In fact, increasingly, we have found many reasons not to bank agriculture. Sometimes the rains won't come, then the locusts will come. So finding ways to de-risk agriculture. In our One Farm project, we're finding ways to de-risk agriculture and make it bankable, whether through crop or animal insurance, through training, through market availability. So different areas within which we really, really take the time to understand. And that's not without its problems. For example, our One Farm, when we first started our project in Kasese, we were using drones to monitor how the farms and the crops were growing. And based off the data of the drones, we could see how the farm produce was growing. Unbeknownst to us, the drone distinguished between weeds and the maize. So we learned that the hard way. But that's not to say that you stop. We went back and said, okay, fine. This is the percentage of weeds. So whatever the drone shows you, take off a percentage to save weeds. So back to your question, yes, the fourth industrial revolution, be it big data, be it automation, be it deep learning, be it AI, is one way, is the surest way to get to the inclusion we want, and there are various programs. Please check out our website and come to the bank if you want to further discussions on that. But we do have excellent programs. And the best part about this is we are also open to partnerships. This is not a Stanbic only. We understand the problem is bigger than us as an institution. So we are open to partnerships in different forms and areas. Are you an IT company? Are you a fintech? Can you come and digitize the circles? The answer is yes, we have room for you. Are you an agriculture specialist? Are you able to add to the One Farm project? So we are opening a platform within which we start to solve jointly. So collaboration again comes in, using technology then comes in. Your next question from Mr. Biansi, I'll be very brief. Embracing technology to do risk management. It's the only way to do it, and I will just answer the question. Data, data, data. The more data you have, the more clearer your decision making will be, and the more risk adjusted your outcomes will be.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, the audience. Sorry, thank you very much, Anne, and thank you so much, the audience. This is a very engaging discussion, and the conversation will continue online. I'll just ask Ali to close with just one remark. Please keep it under a minute. How does the right to be forgotten intersect with the need to be remembered, especially in terms of borrowing behavior? This is from Julia Oyet. It says,
lovely.
How does the right to be forgotten intersect with the need to be remembered, especially in terms of borrowing behavior? Please keep it below a minute and we'll close.
Sure thing. I'll give it my best shot, Juliet. So excellent question, I must say. Look, it's a balancing act at best. Now, look, we are in the era of open banking where APIs are being put out with regulatory approvals as to what data can be shared amongst the various parties in the ecosystem and what data will not be shared, right? So when we talk about the right of to be forgotten, it's that right that even if you're part of the data expanse within an ecosystem and a particular entity, you have given them the right, first of all, you have given them the right to use your data to bring you benefits, value adds, loyalty offers, lending offers, etc. But at some point in time, if you believe that your need is not being met with that particular entity and perhaps can be served in another, let's say, platform or in another party, then you should have the right to simply go click, I would like you not to use my data. And to Mr. Twine's point, which is absolutely spot on, making sure that that data is deleted. You know, that there is a full circle vis-a-vis governance and regulation that we need to come for. So it's all about empowering the customer. It's all about empowering you. And that is something that when I say the right to be forgotten must be respected by all stakeholders of the ecosystem. You know, that's a base right, I think, that we must ensure as we move on. And like Anne said, data. Yes, and that's exactly where a framework on how that data is to be stored, managed, kept safe, utilized has to be ironed out in design. So I've given it my best shot in terms of answering that question, but it's again taking back the rights and giving it to the customer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, on the issue of right to be forgotten, let's just be very clear. You don't have a right to be forgotten until you've paid off the loan. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a
Spot
very
on.
interesting, we've had a very engaging discussion. Thank you, the audience. Thank you, panelists. We really are very happy to have had you, and the insights you've shared with us, we appreciate. Thank you very much. Michael, over to you.
This could have gone on the whole day. So, Dr. Twine Manzi and Peter and Ali on Zoom. Thank you very much for such an engaging session. So I'll give you a virtual applause, and also to the moderator, Julie. You've done an amazing job. Thank you very much, Julie. I truly appreciate. So we have one request to say something. So Anne and Dr. Twine Manzi, there is one person who wants to say something to you. He's on Zoom, and that is Mr. Eric Karuhanga. You have 2 minutes before I go to the next session. So you're listening, he says he has a comment, a message for you, so come in and get a message. So Mr. Eric Karuhanga, please go ahead and share your message to the panelists as they bring this to a close.
Thank you so much. I'm so lucky to get this opportunity to do that. I was just wondering whether all of you have realized how many people are in the banking industry and how many are Ugandans and how you all understand banking. And that realization is, for me, it's a sudden awakening that we have so many people who understand banking at such a high level and in such high positions. But compared to our neighbors, Ugandans are not in banking industry. They don't own. What happened? And banking has been made easy now with technology. So what is the reluctance? Where is the impediment? When Anne Duko was talking about agriculture, I remembered Netherlands. Netherlands is a sixth of Uganda. It's the same size as former Ankole Kingdom. Their land is alkaline. It's not fertile. Their Part of it is under the sea level. They have 2 seasons. They can only do agriculture once. They make $90 billion out of agriculture. And what is our GDP? And that's just agriculture for them. And why? Because the bankers are involved in agriculture, from the soil tests to the irrigation to the type of seed to before you plant, the farmer knows exactly, the insurance, he knows exactly how much he's going to get out of 1 tree of corn. So what has happened with all this education that you guys have there? Look at yourselves at the panel, just look at each other and tell me that before I leave this world, I will see a Kenya commercial bank size of bank, I will see an Equity bank, I will see banks owned by Ugandans and farmers banks and cooperatives banks and run by you. And the same way I see Centenary trying. And thank you. Provocation.
Yeah, Chairman, the provocation was, I can even see your smile, Chairman. You're really saying, I have delivered the message, go sort yourselves out. So I think to the regulator and the banks in the House, message has been well received, and probably next year we shall give you a report. Thank you very much, Mr. El Karuhanga. Thank you. And you want to say something? Or Mr. Idi has been provoked. He says, yeah.
Honorable El Karuhanga, you ask a very pertinent question. Why don't we have Ugandans owning banks? I think that the answer to that question is also tied to why do we still have a tax collection ratio to GDP of under 12%? Unfortunately, and it pains me to say this, that even as Ugandans and the way we run our businesses, we tend to try and cut corners. There is a tendency to cut corners. Governance structures and processes are not something we take very seriously, even in our own private businesses. It is the reason why, and this one I think my friend Keith Kalijira will be a witness, why in the last so many years we've hardly had a single local company listed on the stock exchange, because the disclosure and transfer and reporting obligations. Now, for you to be willing to accept reporting and disclosing obligations, it means you must have transparency in your business. How easy or how often do you have Ugandan companies doing that? Look at our stock exchange. How many are actually local companies that are listed? I mean, before we even talk about banks, let's just look at that. So there's something fundamental. I don't know whether it is in the air we breathe, the water we drink, or perhaps the fact that some of us tend to live in swamps instead of in dry land. I mean, you look at our own society. When someone builds a house, they build in a road reserve and they expect to get compensated. There's a disrespect for systems or institutions, and unfortunately it translates into the way we conduct our business. I think the question of Ugandans owning banks can only come bear fruit once we have a situation where we have locally owned companies listing. I think that's the first point. But now, not to say that we should not think about banks being, since the banking sector is the biggest in the country, is the biggest component of our economy, that perhaps there should be greater ownership of this commanding height of the economy. But that is a conversation that can be had over time. But I think more importantly, we need to address the fact that we don't even have our own locally owned companies being listed. Thank you.
And you want to respond briefly?
Yes. While the EDS has handled the matter on bank ownership, I would like to assure Honorable Karuhanga that his provocation with regard to agriculture has been heard, and we are taking it seriously, and we will commit publicly that we have ambitions and aspirations to change agriculture in this country. And our One Farm project, which I will come and share with you on, is the perfect vehicle for it. It tackles right from the farmer, so every different facet of the ecosystem Because you've also seen it. You've seen when you're driving and you see a man carrying 5 pineapples and they tell you 5,000, please take. And at 5 o'clock they say, 3,000, just give me whatever you can. But this is something that took several months to grow.
Yeah.
So the end-to-end ecosystem is what we aim to solve for in our One Farm project. From the farmer to the market, to the industry, to agro-processing in its entirety. And it is indeed a provocation because there is no, when we talk about the problems that we see as Uganda, and every Ugandan, by the way, should be provoked, not just us. Because if you look at one of our fundamental problems, it's a population problem. We are growing at a very high rate, and therefore there is no employment. The unemployment number grows every single year. And when you look at the one possible answer, in fact, it's the surest answer in my mind, outside of oil and gas, which you're very well aware of. But the one area that can create employment across the spectrum of skills, from the non-skilled to the very skilled, is agriculture. So all of us as Ugandans have a duty to unlock this sector and to lend ourselves to solving for it. And in time, because God has rewarded us already. We have the climate, we have the soils, and we have a population to do it. Yeah. So there's no reason why we shouldn't. And we have started, and we intend to grow this. And hopefully one day we will be the Netherlands of this region.
Thank you, and thank you very much.
The chair has applauded.
Can I just say that Rabobank was the only bank which remained AAA when the banks collapsed, and it is an agricultural bank based, cooperative bank based in Netherlands, owned by Netherlands farmers, and it is now here and is one of the shareholders in DFCU. But I have always asked, why are they not using the same model they use? Now, thank you, Anne, for picking it up.
Thank you very much, and applause to you, Chair, for provoking. And yeah, we shall probably have an accountability. So, can I invite Wilbrod, Anne, and Mr. Twendeman's before you leave? They want to have a photo moment with you. So, I'm also going to invite Afande Andrew and Caroline. Please come as panelists with the ED. Andrew Mubiru, please come. Okay, for the panelists who are online, this is a representation, and I hope a fair representation of everyone else who has been here. So thank you very much. Thank you. So we move now to the final session of the afternoon, and I would really like to thank everyone because we are truly running digital. We're trying to keep time, and we are on time. So the next session is going to have 4 panelists. I have 2 of them with me here. The first is Ms. Caroline Marion Achio, the Chief State Attorney, Forensics, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. So, Caroline, please take your seat. And then, again with me is Superintendent of Police, Andrew Mubiru, who is the Director of Forensics at the Uganda Police Force. Andrew, you're most welcome. And then joining me online is Mr. Naturinda Makuru Hosea, who is the Head of Information Security at Stanbic Bank Uganda. Hosea, are you there with us? And welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, and pleasure having you on the call, Hosea. And then finally, we have Dr. Villiers Benetes, Cybersecurity Consultant, NRID Cybersecurity. I hope I pronounce your name right, or you can guide me if I've not. Dr. Villiers?
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to attend your session. It was very interesting so far. I'm looking forward to a small contribution in this panel session.
So let me just let you know that we are not expecting a small contribution from you. So it's going to be a big contribution. So I look forward to receiving you. So like we had in the previous session, we are going to have a very quick intro. And I'd like you to, briefly in a minute, just tell us what you do. And then we will get into the questions. So I'll start with you, Dr. Villiers, just to give us 1 minute intro about who you are and what you're doing.
Thank you. So my name is Villiers Benetes. I work for NRID Cybersecurity, as it was introduced. Every day what I do, I help countries in Africa and Asia and South America to boost their cybersecurity capacity by establishing cybersecurity centers. So currently, what relates to the topic of your discussions, I'm involved in 2 big projects in Nigeria with Central Bank of Nigeria as well as Egypt Central Bank to build their sectorial incident response and the sharing and fusion centers in order for the sector to be more resilient. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and looking forward to further engagement with you. Hosea?
Thank you, Michael. I'm called Hosea Naturinda Makuru, and for the last 6 years, I have been the Head of Information Security at Stanbic Bank Uganda. As at 15th of July, I'm now the Regional Information Security Officer for Standard Bank Group, responsible for the countries Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia. My role is to drive the cybersecurity strategy in those countries, which essentially is designed at ensuring that the bank achieves cyber resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hosea. Where was the party? Lockdown notwithstanding, we shall follow up with that. Thank you very much. I come back to the panel here. Andrew? And Andrew, you probably need to, engage them.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Andrew Chizumulambiru is my name. I'm the Director of Forensic Services, Uganda Police Force. I also superintend over the Cybercrime Unit of the Uganda Police Force, which is one of the departments under the Forensic Services. Forensic Services is a directorate which has been in place since 2010, which comes out of the Identification Bureau, which was formally put into our laws in 1964. Now, the Forensic Services has been engaged in a lot of investigations, especially where we have been called upon to look into matters where cyber threats have been realized. So most of our work is involved in post-mortem, but we also have other units within the Uganda Police Force to deal with looking into the threats thereof. We have electronic countermeasures, which goes out to also help us with the investigations. And also we have a cyber intelligence team that helps us with the national cyber security arrangements in coordination with other entities. But for our discussions today, I'll focus more on the post-mortem bit and what we have been able to see at post-mortem when the threats actually do get actualized. Thank you.
When you talk about post-mortem, that gets a little bit interesting. I hope it's not just like the medical side of postmortem after the effect, but we'll get to that, Andrew.
Okay.
Caroline.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Marion Achio, rather just Marion Achio. I am a Chief State Attorney with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the ODPP. ODPP is basically a constitutional institution created under the 1995 Constitution, and it's in charge of guiding the investigation and prosecution of all criminal cases in all courts of judicature of Uganda, except the General Court Martial. So this means that we do prosecute fraud and cyber-related crimes. And I head the cybercrime unit that was established by the Director of Public Prosecutions last year around April. And this was basically upon noticing that cybercrime is one of the biggest threats that we can ever think of, knowing that criminals have moved away from their conventional ways of committing crimes. If you think of like the banking sector, there has not been any bank armed robbery in the recent past. This does not mean that the banks are not being robbed, but the robbery has now become virtual. So the cybercrime unit was established to deal with such cases and to ensure that it's handled in a neat and specialized kind of arrangement. You recall that in the past, the corruption cases were never prosecuted until a specialized unit, the anti-corruption department, was set up, that we saw results. It was from that background that the director decided that let's have a specialized unit to organize and oversee the prosecution and investigation of these cases. So just like Mr. Mubira said, we also do the post-mortem. After the crime has been committed, then we come in to pursue the perpetrators to ensure that actually they are caught and held accountable. And once this is done, our role is actually double-edged. It's not only post-mortem, because once we successfully prosecute, then we are able to send a deterrence message to the rest of the other criminals to say, see, if I go there and I'm caught, then I will suffer the consequences. So that's basically a brief role of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Cybercrime Unit.
Thank you very much, Caroline. This is definitely going to be interesting because in the last couple of months or years, we've had a very interesting set of cases or things that have raised the eyebrows of very many Ugandans. And so I'd like to start with Dr. Vilus. And my question really to you is, from where you are, you have an African perspective, but probably a global perspective. What are some of the things that you have identified from a cybersecurity perspective that keep you awake, but should keep everybody awake in terms of the risks that are coming with this whole cybersecurity component?
Thank you for the question. My initial reaction is that we should stay away from the things which keep us awake at night, because then we have bad sleep and we get some physical problems with our health. So let's think with perspective into the future, and let's see what's coming and what currently there's a need to prepare for. So as we know, financial sector is crucial for, as we were discussing for the conference, for personal, micro organizations, SMEs, and corporations. It's a crucial sector, and as well we talked about agriculture. And I remember from my perspective, when I come to Uganda, okay, I haven't been for last 2 years due to pandemic, but before working with NITA and traveling by taxi, I met quite a few people finished IT universities studies and then moving to taxi or going to agriculture because there's not enough work for them, at least several years ago. But we know that online banking is there and all the banks are going to move to online banking. We know that payments are transforming currently the financial sector, less cash, and everybody is wanting to move to digital. We know, as it was mentioned, that open banking is coming, and all of these things are here already in my country where I am in Northern Europe. And what's happening day to day in my country is that every citizen, maybe not every citizen, but half of the citizens who have online banking usage, they get a phone calls where people identify, where fraudsters identify them by name and then start conversing about the banking issues and things in order to take over their accounts. And this is what's happening. And such threats are gonna be for your country as well as soon as you become enough digital, and including that so many people are gonna use digital tools. And in order to work against this, what you need to do, you need to rely not only on police doing postmortems and prosecution to work according to the pretrial cases and the trials, etc., but as well for all the communities and partnerships to work in trusted way. For that reason, what is missing, I believe, currently looking at your country comparing to sibling countries where I work currently in Kenya and hopefully going to start working in Malawi soon, but it's sectorial cybersecurity enablement by sectorial cyber center, cyber knowledge center, which could be placed at regulator, as many countries do, or in banking associations, as could be an option for Uganda. And in that place, it serves main two reasons. And I expect you to go that route, in that way, save your sleep properly, is to build the competence center and place at least few people whose sole focus and salaries are paid for them to ensure that the trust is being built, for information sharing is happening, for understanding that fraud, but cybersecurity is just type of fraud, and probably more what you're going to see more and more hybrid fraud, and somebody steals identities or data sets from, I don't know, some another app, and they identify the person and phone number, and then another criminals take this information and start attacking their WhatsApps or other places where people are having more trust. And so that's what I believe, and that to work as a fusion center together with police, together prosecution, and identifying early warnings regarding what kind of threats are coming, and not to respond in post-mortem, but as well as try to raise awareness what is coming, and then bring the news on social media, bring on the TVs and other channels, including partnering with your neighboring countries as a sector to sector. And so I believe that's the key thing for you to focus for financial sector, being able to build ecosystem of resilience, because every bank, for sure, they can raise for themselves as their IT systems to be resilient. It was a wonderful presentation about the cloud, which is really how organizations should look at it. But this community and ecosystem of Ugandan type of attacks comparing to your neighbors, it's what you need to focus on and start building now, because it takes at least 3 years to build it. Thank you.
I think you touched on a number of things, and thank you for that rejoinder of saying, like, look, don't keep awake. You need to have good sleep, because later on you'll be struggling with some issues. A follow-on question to you, Dr. Vilos, is the question around the realities. You mentioned of people calling. We may not have advanced technology usage in Uganda. We probably are using mobile money, and I can attest to the fact that there are quite a number of Ugandans who have received calls with people pretending to be working with the telecos or anybody else, and their money has been taken in that regard. So whereas we are not yet there in terms of sophistication, we still have these people operating at the local level. I want to call it local. How do we begin in terms of an intervention? What are some of the things that we need to operate at a citizenry level? Because by the time they report, you probably are having issues. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So I think as a citizen of a country where a person lives, because I believe your audience is not only from Uganda, but from neighboring countries, because of your speakers as well are from international environments. So we need to think that, okay, in what each of me personally, what I can contribute with, if there were opportunities. Can I teach somebody? Can I prepare some message? Can I tell stories? Can I collect data? Can I run analysis? How can I support police efforts in transforming? You know, how can I support banks' situation? So there are a lot of very interesting partnerships happening around the world. I hope most of you know that in UK, when such problems started 5 or 10 years ago, there was a particular partnership between police forces and all the banks to cross-hire people. So some banking security specialists were hired on a double contract in maybe no salary, but at least the contract is there in order to share information instantly when they see something, some trends are happening. Other places there are that were banks or co-funding police capabilities for training or for crime investigation. And then small crime, petty crime, and say that is $100 amount of value is being stolen, or $50 amount of value is being stolen, then police probably does not have sufficient force to act on all that kind of crimes. Then the resilience to that crimes, the understanding where it starts, or maybe assisting, tipping the police who is actually doing it, trying. Because as a police representative was mentioning that the structure is intelligence unit and other areas. So as a simple farmer, I don't know what can a simple farmer could contribute besides being resilient, not getting hooked on the phone call where somebody is pushing him to the fraudulent activities or being involved in a fraud scheme. However, they're all IT specialists and cybersecurity specialists, or those who know them, would as well assist in calling, okay, how we can help and how we can work. And as soon as you start building more frameworks at NITA, at the telco regulator, and the national cybersecurity centers or national side, government side, there could be a group or interactions and with trust communities where it's scales and cascades in effort and bring information, running analysis and supporting. And at least that's how it happens in my country. Now we're number 4 on the Global Cybersecurity Index. It's not all about that we put the laws properly, as you do, but as well as taking action. And I hope that the culture, what you mentioned, is not going to be blocking, because we always can self-criticize, but we rather should do something for the situation, for the good of our societies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Villos. I think you definitely, you give a broad prospect and as well context. I'd like to pick on Hosea, and you're now, yes, very specific to an entity called Standard Group, but before that you were in Uganda, and I would like to pick briefly from you your context of the whole fraud and cybersecurity context within the banking industry in Uganda, but also at the regional level. Just if you can give that context, and then as we pick onto the other areas as well. Thank you, Hosea.
Thank you, Michael, and I'm glad you asked that question. And I wanted to also add a bit of context to what Villos submitted. We are actually already there. And I know Andrew Mubiru is on this panel, and I'm glad he's on this panel, and he will be sharing a lot more detail later around about the nature of cybercrime in Uganda. And it's a very important question that we need to look into. And I want to first give you a bit of statistics. If you look at the Uganda police reports from 2019 to 2020, the trend of cybercrime has generally accelerated. cybercrime alone rose 63% between the years 2018 and 2019, and a further 3.2% over the last 1 year alone. Financial institutions have lost more than $10 million to cybercrime. If you look at the Ugandan context, the commonest attacks at the moment are SIM swaps that eventually lead to account takeover. That's the mobile phone, a bit of insider fraud. And we have also struggled with ATM heists, what they call cardless ATM jackpotting. And over the last 1 year alone, you will hear from Andrew Mubiru, we have also had some cases of advanced targeted attacks leading to financial loss. So in Uganda alone, the discussion or the conversation around about cyber risk is already very, very important and central to the progress of the financial institutions industry. If you look at the global trends, this escalation of cyber threats is predicted to continue. The global cost of cybercrime alone is estimated at $1 trillion. And cyber risk at the moment is one of the World Economic Forum top 10 global risks going into 2021. If you look at the region, and I've only been in the region less than a month, but I've interacted with the countries I preside over, and the context is identical because they also have quite a lot of proliferation of mobile banking and mobile money transactions. And they are also equally grappling with the challenges of SIM swaps that is coming from the telecommunications industry. And they are also equally grappling with the issues of mobile money fraud. So indeed, we're at a critical point where we must have this conversation and together assess what must we do to move forward. Like the previous panel discussed, there's quite a lot of potential from the fourth industrial revolution, not just in efficiencies and lowering the cost to serve, but also driving the agenda of inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosea. And I think, yes, I like the context of what we're dealing with in terms of security, what is it costing us, and what the challenges are. And I think that ties in largely with, before it moves to Caroline, I'd like to hear from Andrew, because once Andrew has cleared, then it comes to Caroline. So Andrew, give us a snapshot of how the magnitude of this in Uganda, and as a force, what are you seeing in a minute or two?
Thank you very much, Michael and Hosea. I think Dr. Wamos also pointed out something which we need to take cognizance of. The security forces are doing whatever they can to deal with this new threat. Now, within the security services, of course, we also have critical infrastructure that we need to protect, and cybersecurity is key to that. Now, in the banking sector, the finances of people are key to their livelihood, and they also form part of the pillars of the national security framework. So if you devoid people of their incomes and their monies, then the economy is going to suffer and the national security will also suffer. So what we are looking at nowadays is we are looking at a whole spectrum of criminality, ranging from people just being duped at the ATM, just somebody walks in and says, no, let me help you. A simple thing as simple as that. And those are simple con men. That's where it starts from. And our poor culture of managing these electronic interfaces that we have a very poor culture as a people. So there is that spectrum.
Just a quick one. Would you call it poor culture or ignorance?
Yes, we have some ignorance, but also we have just general poor culture.
Okay.
There is some ignorance at one end, but our culture also as a people is a little bit wanting in one way or the other.
Okay.
We in Uganda like the easy life. Nobody wants the hard part. So you walk to the ATM and if something doesn't work, you say, hey, can you help me? If somebody walks in and helps you, you don't know what they're doing.
Probably that's who we are as a people.
Yeah, we are. That's the way we are. So our culture is a little bit suspect to this. So it comes out that way. So then you have got another host of people who have learned how to use the telephones, call up the people. I think they also mentioned it and the previous speaker, that they call you up and they have your details. But then for us in security, we ask ourselves, how did they get the details? Because nowadays, what we are seeing is You have not asked for a loan from any of these small loan sharks. They just call you up and say, oh, we have a loan for you. You can apply for a loan. And all these mobile phone loans which are coming up. And our data is flying all over the place. So the issues of data security are really wanting in this country. So we need to go back to that platform. I think FITSPA, the chair of FITSPA was talking about their SOPs, and all these other bankers association has also been talking about how to protect the data of persons. So that's also another area. So they are utilizing that fact that you have KYCs required at every stage. And the people in there are using these KYCs to get to know people better. And as Doctor was pointing out, we shall reach a stage where we shall get to the other high end of criminality. But we are getting there. But although I pray that it doesn't get as bad as it is in Europe.
Okay.
Then you have got the sophisticated guys with the tools and the equipment. They know how to park somewhere, they can hack into your Wi-Fi, they can do whatever they want to do with your systems and get to know you a little bit better, get into the systems. I was talking to the head of cybersecurity at Bank of Uganda the other day and saying, look, you have got some of the best infrastructure in the country as a bank. The central bank of the country, be it Stanbic Bank or any other bank, some of the best. But if you have got a loophole for where somebody can come into the office and maybe use his laptop, hooks onto your network, and able to broadcast your network outwards, there you have a loophole.
Yeah.
And some people may not be able to figure this out. So there are those techie guys who know how to fish around, get the information from close vicinity, get into the systems, do some social engineering of the people in there, get the passwords, like we had the number plate scam, you remember?
Yeah.
We had a lot of number plate scams at URA and so many other things due to social engineering. And we are trying to get a hang of it. And I think the banks are trying to do their best. But there is a need to educate our people. If you ask most of the employees of any entity, most of them have not been given a thorough grounding in cybersecurity. So the training is not yet up to speed, and we need to do that. I've been able to at least see messages coming in from Standard Chartered, Stanbic, ABSA, and a couple of others, Bank of Africa, and many more. But more need to do it, where they inform the customers that, look, take care of your details, take care of your credentials. And now we have these mobile phones. Everything you want to do is on the mobile phone. You can use your fingerprint, you can use your iris, you can do everything. But if you have got an unscrupulous individual near to you, they can use that as an advantage to get in. If you're a CEO of a bank, they can use your laptop to get into all the critical infrastructure. If you are the head of security, maybe like Hosea was here today, you go out to drink, your behaviors outside the office are not commensurate with your role at the bank. That can be a loophole as well. So we are also seeing that the criminals are getting closer to the actors in the banking sector with the hope that they will get an insider look on the systems. And these are very critical guys, and they know how to do it. So there is that part of the spectrum. Now, we go to the worst of them all that we are seeing now. The lack of ethics and the betrayal of trust bestowed upon the people themselves who are in the banks. Now, that is where we are having a challenge, the insider attacks. These insider attacks are likely to be, for me, the biggest threat that we have seen yet, because they're hard to trace. Now, the insider attack may not have to materialize from right inside your area, but it could be that somebody is actually trading your information to the would-be attacker. So the attack emanates from inside because somebody knows your vulnerabilities. They know where your vulnerabilities are. They know your policies. They know your procedures. In fact, for us in the security forces, we always ask the question, who polices the police or who guards the guard? For example, in a bank, you have somebody called an internal audit, somebody who is in charge of the internal audit.
Yes.
So who audits the internal auditor? Okay, yes, you will say the external auditor is coming.
I was about to say that.
But then who audits the external auditors, especially if there is collusion? Because this is the problem we are having, collusion.
Okay.
And it goes back to our culture.
Yes.
As a country and as a people. So you see, we need to have a culture where people respect the roles they have been given and they are contented with the roles they have been given. I see in most of the banks, they have IT security. I see Hosea is here with us, and they have that entire platform laid out. The guys in security, they're the guys who run the IT systems, they're the guys who know everything. And they do quite a remarkable job. But the question is that if one of them is compromised, who can detect it? So I always ask that question, and I think in a book written by a gentleman called Lance Wright, in a book called People, Risk and Security, we need to see how to reshape this entire arrangement. The people the risk and the security thereof. And
Okay.
in this book, he talks about how to prevent your greatest asset from being your greatest liability. And those are the people. So that's the top of the spectrum that we need to look
Everything said, it comes back to the people.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. And I want to come to your preference was Marion Achio. Yes, Marion. When Hosea has reported, Andrew has verified, they come to you, and you now go to court to prosecute. I'd like to pick from your experience in terms of what have you experienced? What are we seeing in this market, and what are the challenges that you encounter? And that will lead to the next set of questions. So I'd also like to inform the people that are watching us, feel free to send in your questions now. We will begin to field these questions as they come in, but also note that we will not be in position to take all the questions. So if your question is not taken or live, there will be an opportunity for us to respond to those questions. But yeah, Marion.
Actually, our role does not start from prosecution.
Yes.
We are involved in the investigation. We do prosecution-led investigation.
Okay.
We do guide the police on how and what to do, much as the police will go to the field to investigate.
Yes.
So with this cyber investigation, they're quite regulated. We get orders, what would be authorization, because they need authority to go into the banks to get information, banking information, or to go to the telecom companies to get subscriber information. So we work hand in hand with police to process all this authorization, and then also review the law alongside what they are doing to ensure that we do get evidence that is admissible. So after we've done that, we prefer, much as they believe that police prefer charges, but we're the ones that charge. So we look into what the police is proposing as the appropriate charges, and then we say, okay, this one can work, or we cannot do this. In other words, we cannot blame police for doing a bad job, because we're supposed to be there working hand in hand with them. So once we have this, we bring the cases to the court. Initially, the first cybercrime cases that we prosecuted originated from the telecom company, MTN Uganda, and that was basically a breach of trust by employees in connivance with disgruntled former employees. So areas to watch are exiting employees. How are they going? How are they living?
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
How do you manage the exit?
Oh, really?
Yes. Because in one of the, how is a human resource relating with the IT department? Because in one of the cases, this I can cite because it's concluded, if you look into the Sentongo cases, some of the suspects had, after realizing that we've done enough damage, and remember that that crime went on for over 6 months, unnoticed.
Wow.
So that brings us to what Andrew is saying, that what is the role of internal audit?
Yes.
Because if internal audit is actually working, then they should have picked this within the first week. So what happened in that case is that the entire mobile money department conspired, collusion. They all agreed we shall be taking this money in bits through using our conduits outside there. And so they took the money. But when they realized that we were running out of ideas, they started resigning one after the other. And so after they resigned, others resigned months later. Their usual credentials were still active in the system. So during the prosecution, it was discovered that, but so-and-so resigned 2 months later, and our credentials were still active in the system and being used. So that means that the human resource department and the IT resource did not manage the deactivation process.
Oh.
Yes. So we've actually seen that there's the biggest challenge is how is the human resource department relating with the IT, and then the documentation. You would think IT, when it's automated, there's no documentation. You still have to document the roles.
Yes, yes.
If you must hold me accountable for having performed some action in the system, then you must have allocated to me that role in the system. So you'll find today I am Taylor. I have been assigned the role of Taylor, but months later I've promoted to a managerial level with higher responsibilities, but this is not documented. That will always pose a challenge in evidence, because then the perpetrator will jump off to say, I need evidence that I was assigned that particular role in the system. And once we've not documented that, then that will always become a problem. So in terms of trends, we've seen abuse of trust, which has been the greatest amount of cases that we've handled so far. And even arising from the banks, we've seen employees from the IT department stealing in billions and walking away unnoticed for concealing, being in position to conceal the crimes for months, others even like up to a year. Now that brings us to the issue of if internal audit is not working right, but how about external audit? That the crime has been concealed for a year. We've also noticed that usually if there's collusion, it's almost the entire department. Everyone is working together and quietly.
Yes.
I see Andrew doing something wrong, and then there's that silent conspiracy. And then these are the very, what can I say, the brain, the IT brain of the institution.
Yes.
They're the most knowledgeable people. And so who is going to investigate them? If now we say we're going to investigate, I'm going to say, can we get evidence to see how the system operates? Then we need to be guided by this person who was involved in the crime. So in one of the cases that we handled, still the MTN one, because the entire department was involved, of course, the company had to invest a lot of money in the investigation, because a lot of money had been stolen. In one of the cases, it was over 10 billion Ugandan shillings. In another, it was over 3 billion. And then it looked like it was, it's now we know nothing will be done.
Okay.
So MTN had to get back to their vendor to say, can you come and help us with this? And then the high-level management of the institution had to jump in. At a director level, we now had to pick witnesses. This is what we've seen lacking, especially with the banks. They're sending for us the same people that we're saying that I want someone else to give me this information because I suspect this person is involved.
Okay.
So if we must always bring the vendors, the system suppliers, to say, come and take us through the system, come and help us with the investigation. I know we have the forensic services, but forensics does not work in isolation. Someone still has to take forensics through how the system works.
Okay.
Someone still has to give evidence in court to say, this is how our system was working, this is so-and-so's role, and this is how things were being done. That is quite different from the role of forensics services that Mr. Mubiru handles. So in that case, how we're able to succeed, otherwise would never have succeeded, is now the director in charge of systems had to come in and now had to learn the system in a reverse kind of way. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that do we have a problem with our IT contracts when we procure these systems? Do we have a provision for knowledge transfer? Because that is important. usually they'll train the users. How do you do this? How do you do this? How do you transfer money? How do you, and then that's it.
Okay.
Or transfer knowledge to one person sitting in the department. But could there be a way of having knowledge transferred to someone up in management that can be trusted, that cannot be compromised, that even if there's conspiracy at a departmental level, then we know that there's a fallback position. So,
Marion, I need to bring in a few other, the other panelists, because I think you're touching on a number of things, which I don't want to lose. Maybe you can summarize, and then I bring in the other panelists, because, also time is against us.
Yes, so basically, we've also seen, in terms of nature, we've received cases involving the payment cards, compromise of the payment cards, which we're still struggling. We've not had any convictions, any prosecutions, but we're at investigation levels.
Okay.
And then, of course, the local phishing, that the kind of telephone that you've talked about.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could listen to you the whole session. Andrew, I see you're itching to respond. Maybe very briefly, because I need to pick on a few other guys. Yes?
I don't know whether I'm audible. Yes.
Yes.
I wanted to say something while she was pointing out what Mariam was saying. These vendors, when they bring in their systems, the people in the IT, in the banks and everywhere else in the fintechs, some people get to know the vulnerabilities they are in. Those zero-day vulnerabilities, they know them. I know you teach some of these, our students here, how to program. So some of these guys you're training, Michael, have learned quickly that they can learn another system and they know where the vulnerability is. And they keep quiet about it.
Yes, yes.
Case in point, one of the banks here was actually losing money every time, about 12 million. But because it was below the threshold, there are those who knew where the vulnerability was, and they knew that the threshold would not be triggered if they are below 12 million.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, the protocol is that for as long as it's below so much money, you handle it at a local level there in the bank, as long as it's below the threshold. Now, they did it many times. And one of the CEOs was actually not aware what was going on. It was until we started the bigger investigation that we told her that, are you aware you have lost over 280 million in a very, unique way because of those zero-day vulnerabilities and that collusion in there. And internal audit knew about it and said, yeah, they wrote a report and it was below the threshold, so there was no need to report. But it was a consistent behavior. So this is what I wanted to say, that what Marion is pointing out is the trust which is betrayed by those people who are vested with the responsibility is perhaps one of the other challenges, which is growing the culture of theft and fraud. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Velus, from where you operate, there's an issue around how do we have competent staff, but also beyond just the technical guys, how do we escalate it to the higher level so that even leadership has that level of competence to ask the right questions if these issues are happening? Listening to Marion and Andrew, the people issue becomes very critical in this whole process. So I don't know what your take is, Velus, and then I'll come to you, Hosea, because you're in the thick of it all in this process. Yeah. Velus?
So what we know, so where I can contribute is maybe some data which is not publicly a lot discussed. So we need to understand the context. We are here in annual bankers conference, and in banking, the financial sector is a heavily regulated industry. And I believe all the MDs and CEOs of the banks, they are aware of the threats, cybersecurity impacts, and we discuss among them and internationally, because you have a lot of international banks. So this is not really an issue. The benchmarks for the heavily regulated industries as financial sector, usually it is that around 10% of IT expenditure is spent on security. And security means both technology, but it's not only technology, it's about setting proper processes and training people properly. All kind of people, all in your ecosystem where you need to train the relevant people, maybe including the customers. So in manufacturing, for example, this percentage is much lower. Maybe 4% of IT expenditure is spent on security, cybersecurity areas. And what else we know? That if a crime is done digitally, the criminal will come back and try to repeat the same action. So if it is in the same country, it's a matter of time when police will detect, because the criminals are humans, so they can sleep in physical space and then share the information or brag about their crimes, or they sleep digitally and then they can be traced. So it's a matter of time when police will detect such fraudulent activity which starts inside the country, as you mentioned about collusion inside the organizations or somewhere else, when cyber criminals become from normal criminals. So that's important to, as well, to have that perspective to understand that we have a chance when the crime is local. And most of the crime probably is going to be local, touching SMEs, and because of the perspective. It's much more difficult than the crime happens from outside. And what we have not touched today, what is, so the most money is being lost currently by business email compromise. Then some companies are being hacked, the email systems are being hacked, and then partners, either companies transfer wrong transfer somewhere, or their partners transfer to them, but actually into fraudsters' accounts. And this type of crime is underreported, underseen, and has allowed huge losses. Every week I have a call from some company having an issue in that area. And it's very easy to protect yourself from it. What requires awareness to enable second factor and being very prudent in what way you transfer money, that the accountants should not transfer money on the requests which come electronically. They have to be validated. And in Switzerland, to your knowledge, probably you know, if you have interactions with Swiss banks, quite often most of the transactions are needed to be validated by the phone or by alternative means. So we know that Switzerland is very intense in the financial sector. So probably these are the aspects, besides having this trust and culture and other things, what is going to push a lot of load on police, on work, but for the bigger picture, how to build the resilient Uganda for cybercrime, especially what relates to the cyber criminals which want to steal money, and then the money can be stolen either from banks directly, either from SMEs or corporations, either from citizens. So by looking at this and then coordinating the knowledge and activity and the methods, how we can build it up from, I think in Uganda we have good basics, as the panelists were describing. It just needs more coordination and discussion and having the ecosystems where this information can be shared structurally.
I think what I'm hearing from you, Vilus, is also saying that how do we continuously update our knowledge register across the sector so that if something has happened in one entity, it should be a sector knowledge base so that you're able to quickly come back into your system and evaluate. And I'd like to pick on to Hosea. As I call you out, there's also a question that I'd like you to respond to that has come in, and that's about the whole cross-border, or what you call the international cyber crime that mainly originates from Eastern Europe and is targeted local smartphone users. So the question is, what are we doing? Because that seems to be on the rise. But also, as you respond to that question, also briefly touch on to what Andrew and Caroline have raised around the internal procedures, around audit and internal audit. How is that handled, and what would be your guidance in terms of to the non-technical people that always leave these things to the technical guys? Hosea?
Thank you, Michael. And I will start with the first question around about cross-border crime. And where we are at, essentially, in the cyber world, it's difficult for you to apportion borders. Everything is connected. Yeah, and essentially cyber risk is a risk associated with connectivity to the internet. And the internet is pervasive or ubiquitous. So essentially, someone can sit in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, Russia, and then compromise a system that is domiciled in Uganda. It gets worse with mobility and cloud. Now, I want to start where Vilas stopped, about the ability to work together or collaboration. Yeah, and we have seen this a lot more pronounced in the financial services sector than elsewhere in other industries. And I want to first begin locally from home. So at home, I'm also the work stream chair for the Uganda Bankers Association Cybersecurity Committee. So this committee, and initially it was the Cyber Security Forum of the Uganda Bankers Association. It came into play longer than 4 years ago. And the basic concept underpinning this forum was that as security leaders and as technology leaders in the banking industry, we could come together as often as possible and also set up a platform where we could share what you'd call the tactics, techniques, and procedures of common compromises. And then we could also share some details about perpetrators who are perpetrating these crimes within the financial services sector. What that would serve, if a compromise happened against Bank A using a method Y, then Bank B should proactively be able to put in measures to prevent that attack from happening or being repeated at their bank. And that could cascade, yeah? If you go back to cross-border crime, and you look at what has, for example, happened in Europe, several banks have come together across borders and created sharing forums where threat intelligence data can be shared across the board, and where they can also come together to, number one, investigate a crime, number two, contain an incident, and in most cases, support prosecution of particular crimes and incidents. So the solution to cross-border crime, number one, is we must collaborate, we must partner, and we must work together. Yeah, because if you look at where we are at in terms of cyber risks, it is difficult for you to apportion borders.
Thank you, Jose. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. You're concluding.
I want then to transition to your second question around about procedures, internal procedures in the banks.
Yes.
And I know we have cast people in negative light in several of the submissions that have come across, and maybe duly so. But we must also mention that some of the nastiest incidents and attacks have been stopped by the people.
Yes.
People are following procedures, people following processes, and people doing their job. And I personally believe that whatever realistic shot we have to push back against the cyber threat is anchored in people. And we must invest a lot more in our people in terms of training them, in terms of empowering them with the right knowledge and skills. Because only then can we begin to contain and stop these incidents at the earliest opportunity before impact to the business or to the customer. Thank you.
I like where you're ending at, and sometimes the question is who needs to be trained and to what extent do they need to be trained? Because you probably find the technical team is quite competent, but the tailor is not regarded as a critical resource for that exposure and training. So Hosea, which also I'd like you to talk about awareness. To what extent do we raise awareness to the customer beyond the SMS that you're sending to me? Because sometimes, I'll be honest with you, I'll receive an SMS from a short code and I'll probably think it is some random message, and yet you're telling me something that is very important. Yeah, the general awareness and training, to what extent do we go, and who is involved and who is not involved? And I'd like to come back, Andrew and Marion, you also speak to this question, the whole issue of awareness and training. Jose.
Thank you, Michael. And it's difficult for me to put boundaries or to how much exposure or training we need to avail a tailor, especially in matters of cybersecurity. Because it's not just about the access that the tailor has. You must also remember that a basic interaction between the tailor and the customer can stop an attack, or can stop reconnaissance on your organization that would have led to an attack. That's the tailor can also be a source of intelligence information to enable you to stop an attack. To that effect, in terms of awareness, I believe regardless of the role, we should be able to go the whole way in terms of empowering our staff with the necessary information required to understand the common techniques and procedures of these attacks. We shouldn't be saying that I should expose the internal workings of the attackers, maybe to back office people and technology people, and less so to the
different points of interaction, and not just leaving it into one channel. Andrew, as you come in around awareness, there is a question for you that I also like you to speak to around the post-mortem data and how that is then used for, let's say, preventing. Because if you're a doctor and you do a post-mortem, you go back and look at the medicine and say, how could we then prevent this? So yeah, those two areas, awareness and then how are we using this data to prevent?
Thank you, Michael. I think you speak right to the point, and I think Jose has made it clear. We have the National Information Security Advisory Group, NISAG, which I think the Bankers Association and all the other actors need to really link up with. And this is also in unison with NITA and other agencies like UCC. I think earlier, one of the panelists earlier talked about this issue of KYC and how to make sure that this whole information is not flying around.
Yes.
And I think around this table, we can come up with an awareness approach.
Yes.
I think every year around October, there is a cyber awareness week.
Yes, you're right.
Which I think we haven't even taken seriously as a country.
Yeah.
And we need to capitalize on some of these things. So using all these platforms we have, you have got FISPA, you have got the Bankers Association, you have got at the national level the NISAG, and you have got other regulators, NITA, UCC, and the Bank of Uganda, all of them regulating their areas. So we need to bring them together and talk about this issue of cyber awareness as a country. Because you see, if you're in the home and you are busy making sure that you have got the best cameras, you've got everything, and you have not talked to the maid about how to make sure that the back door is locked properly, then I think that's where the loophole lies.
Yes.
So we need to come together as a country with all the entities that are involved, including the police. I think a doctor talked about the issue of supporting the police from other areas and all other law enforcement agencies to come together so that we can bolster our resilience and also improve our detection mechanisms, and also help to equip our prosecutors to understand the technicalities involved so that they can prosecute these matters very well. But I wanted to also talk about the issue we have talked about, what have we learned from all this post-mortem work?
Yes.
We are not only doing post-mortem, but I think I can rightly speak to some few issues, Michael. One of the issues I would like to address is the issue of creating a culture based on trust. What we have seen is that there is a culture of surveillance, and the systems that Jose is talking about, the internal audit, surveillance. It is a culture within the banks. It's a very robust culture. But we need now to develop the culture of trust. If I come to the bank as an employee, or if I come from your school to train on programming, and now I'm employed by Stanbic Bank, Bank of Africa, wherever, am I an honest person? Do I have integrity? Do I know what I stand for? Because the best people in this country, or in any country, go to Greenwich in the UK. Look at bankers around the world. Actually, there was a time when bankers were known to drive the best cars. BMW were known to have for bankers. So there is a persona that bankers would like to have, and people who work in the banking sector that may not be supported by the finances that they have. So if you are not a trustworthy person, you will be flossing around saying that you have got the best equipment and everything, but the criminal is also looking out for you to socially engineer you. So the culture of trust is something that we need to emphasize above and beyond the culture of surveillance. Yes, we can do good surveillance, and I encourage all the CEOs and all the other fintech owners to have a counter operation system which can report direct to them when things are not going well.
Yes.
I have talked about it in other fora with Bank of Uganda, because for us in the security services, we have it. We have got the mainstream policing, we have got the mainstream security services, but also we have the counter operations that if Andrew Mubiru is doing the wrong thing and he has been given a responsibility to police this area and instead is extorting and using other things, then the system can catch up with him because the superiors will know exactly what he's doing. The other issue, number two, is we need to frame this cybersecurity thing as a critical enabler. Now, the employee does not understand why cybersecurity, why are you disturbing me? All I know is that I know how to program in Python, I know how to put your virtual platforms on play, I know how to transact your money on the systems that you have given me, on the EFT systems. Why is it important for me to have the passwords, changed every 30 days?
Yes.
Why is it an enabler? It's an enabler because if the bank does not deliver on its core responsibility of trust, as Anne talked about it, that the banks operate on trust. So cybersecurity is an enabler to make sure that the trust environment is enhanced. So we need to see that we educate our people that this element of cybersecurity is an enabler for us to do the things we do. We are in a pandemic situation. I can imagine if I had to walk every time to go and move around with cash, and I cannot pay for my maybe amenities like water and electricity. You remember those days of UEB where you had to line up? You can imagine how crazy it would be now.
Yes.
So cybersecurity is an enabler for us to live in the society we want to live in, especially as we progress in the fourth industrial revolution. The other issue which I want to talk about is people have to think about outside their organization. When this incident happened recently, or where we lost a lot of money through this mobile fracas, which some people have dubbed the Pegasus fraud,
yes,
which I think is a wrong terminology per se, but it was a fraud of huge proportions.
Yes.
It was because people are not talking to each other. People are thinking about themselves. You lose 5 billion in under 30 minutes, but you are not talking to your colleagues to say, look, we have lost 5 billion now. Take notice that our wallet has been depleted in such a short time. What is happening on your side? Can you stop? So that there is a freeze motion to understand what's going on.
Yes.
And also that means that you talk to the vendors. Talk to the vendors to understand their challenges. Go and visit them. But also, here is where the challenge is. If some of your people are also working for the vendors, then there's a conflict of interest. So think strategically around that, outside the organization, that if you are for me, can you be for me? If MTN is talking to Airtel, they should have a relationship that is based on trust, which is a very good relationship. But at the same time, if something happens on my side, I shouldn't be shy to say, look, my neighbor, the other day some people jumped over my wall, took my kid's bike.
Take care.
Is there a way you think your wall is too short so that we can see to raise the wall so that, when they come through your side, they cannot come to my side?
Yes.
Something of that nature.
Yeah.
The last issue I wanted to talk about, what we have learned, is that we need to recognize and respond to this new way of working. This pandemic has really changed the world. We need to change. So for us at Postmortem, we are seeing that because of what has transpired in all this, there is a letting down of the guard. But I'm glad that the banks are coming together through such an arrangement like the Annual Bankers Association to really listen in and say, we are developing new tools, we are doing this, we are doing that. But at the same time, please do not leave the gate open. I always talk about this. I think Doctor was saying that there's only a 10% which is spent on cybersecurity in most of the entities. Yes, that 10%, so some people it's too big, others it's too small. But I would like to also encourage the owners of the banks, the CEOs, and also the fintechs, that once in a while, just gear up that cost from 10% and pick up a lump sum to deal with cybersecurity matters immediately. Because, you see, you can have the best of everything, but security cannot be compromised at any rate.
Thank you.
So let's try to respond to this new way
by
giving the people the necessary tools. If it means changing the computers, which everybody has, please go ahead and do it. Actually, one bank, somebody retired from their workplace, and they went with a computer. But Michael, before I close, there's something else which I know most people have not thought about. Even a simple thing as doing a drug testing program in your bank can also go a long way to help. Can I tell you how? Because if I'm a drug addict, I'll have to fuel my consumption. And guess how I'm going to do it? I'll have to compromise your systems to get the money I need to do my other nefarious acts.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
A lifestyle audit is something that you can also think about doing. So these are simple things that can also help us that, yes, you may think about the best technology. Doctor has been saying that, yes, we can have the best technology. We can bring all the people in the table. We can say, we can all sing the same song. But it all comes down to that human being who is still at the center of the fourth industrial revolution. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's interesting when you're having very good conversation, time tends to run faster than you think. So, Carol, I'm going to, Marian, I'm going to ask you to respond to, yes, this whole awareness drive, but also respond to two other questions. There's a question around the capability of the courts to understand this tech complex evidence in financial cybercrime. You can also see the question is complex. But in other words, the people at the bench, do they process these things at the rate we want to process them? The other question that is for you, Carol, is around in terms of SIM swapping fraud case. Do we have any successfully prosecuted SIM swapping fraud case?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think so much has been said about training and awareness. I entirely agree that training and awareness must cut across. In fact, even the low-level employees need to be made to understand more, because those are the people that the fraudsters will take advantage of. And they're always there in the open. They're the ones that the fraudsters will meet in the first place. I'll tell you that in one of the cases we handled, the person who was used was a cleaner who was given a keylogger. So if this cleaner had been made to understand that this keylogger will lead to the loss of billions of shillings, I'm sure he would not have inserted it. They just told him, just put it in the computer of that person and you bring it. It's okay, just put, you know. So if that training had gone as down to the cleaners or anyone that has access to any information, it would be very helpful. I simply want to add more on the training of customers. How do you do awareness for customers? We're not talking about data ownership, but how do you let them understand that this data of yours also, when you just give it out, has implications? We've seen cases that where fraudsters have used other people to open bank accounts and give them the ATM cards. So how do we let our ordinary people, the less educated, the farmers, the peasants down there, understand that this is your information, it is for your own use, and if you give it out, it has the following implication. Just like Han was saying, it should be broken down into local languages, because if you, to make someone understand about personal information, how important it is, then you really have to speak the actual language. You've seen in villages, people have one phone, a mobile phone that like 4 or 6 or 10 families use to receive mobile money, and the PIN number is shared. They all know, and,
yeah.
and it's okay.
Yes.
But it's not okay, you get. So what happens if a wrong person gets among them? So really training, I cannot emphasize more. The other thing that I think Ozea handled very well is about cooperation and partnerships. We've very much emphasized international cooperations, but we've also seen that our local, we need commercial KCB to support, for instance, DFCU when there's an investigation. It's a bit discouraging on our part when we send out orders to a commercial bank to assist another commercial bank in the investigation where they've made huge losses and they're not forthcoming. Or the turnaround, the time for their response is like in months, and yet we know that cyber is, moves at this speed. So if you're responding after 2 weeks, after the money has gone, because we're not only looking for the perpetrator, we also want to ensure that the money is not taken. Otherwise, we're not doing, it's counterproductive. So we've also, from the cases we've handled, I have seen that if this particular bank has been hit, they bring their information in a neat and organized way and timely. But if it's another victim, they tend to take their time, and when they bring the information is disorganized. I think that is not what we want to see. We want to see us working together and seeing that an attack on DFCU is an attack on Stanbic Bank.
And that is critical.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, so that we have information coming in, we have support. that we have credible people being presented as witnesses, because if I have a credible witness presented to support the prosecution of this particular case, then I'll have the case. But because it's not paramount, the loss is not yours, you're going to give me just anyone because we are putting pressure. So we've even seen cases where there's no response at all. We've served the order and the bank has not responded. Yes, we know we have all these avenues. We get to the central bank. We can even open up criminal charges against you. We've done that before, but we do not want to be in a fighting mode. You are my witness. You're supposed to come and support me. In fact, you know better. You're supposed to come and tell me that, you know, there's a problem here. But if already we are fighting, you'll not cooperate really well. So what if, I know there are already many forums and platforms for this kind of cooperation, UCC, the kind Andrew has talked about. But what if we have a forum to manage the investigation and prosecution, where we know that there's this, if we need this platform to process our orders and to process our response, because it's not only about throwing documents at us. So what if you give me a volume of bank statements without analyzing it, without telling me, okay, this money came like this and went this way and the other? So I could say so much about this, but
I can definitely hear you. I can hear you.
We should be thinking about working together in the prosecution of these cases. The other thing that I have found very challenging for me.
Marion, I think there are two questions, because I'm aware that we are pressed for time.
Yes.
The questions around
the capability of
the
courts.
capability, and then what we've been able to prosecute.
It comes about capability of courts. It comes to us putting as many cases as we can to them.
Yes.
Because if we've not investigated many and we've not prosecuted as much, we cannot really comment about the capability.
Okay.
In the beginning, it was bad.
Okay.
But as we've handled many cases, we've seen the courts are beginning also to build.
Yes.
It still comes around the partnerships that we're talking about.
Okay.
Training together. Andrew has said talked about training prosecutors and training judicial officers as well. Because however good you might be, if the judicial officer is not understanding you, then you're just, you're not working. So what we can do is we should be thinking about, even this is the kind of partnership we're talking about. We determine what should be done. What if we push for a specialized court to handle cases of the cyber nature, to handle cases that involves these financial institutions? We could have also reduced the turnaround time. You're talking about access to justice. It's not about you accessing the court, but how long do you take inside there?
Okay.
So if you have a specialized court to deal with some of these issues, then you can have specialized human resource, and then with a focus on the key issues that are coming before them. That is what the ODPP has already done by creating a specialized unit.
Okay.
It's intended to build a specialized lot of prosecutors to deal with such cases.
I think what I'm also hearing is that you're raising the bar and not regarding it as an ordinary crime because of its uniqueness. Yes, and so as you conclude, because I need to do the roundup.
I have not, we've seen so many cases about SIM card swapping, because that is about the issues that has been raised, but we've not had any successful prosecutions. We've also not had any investigation concluded. I know that the challenge is usually about cooperation from the telecom service providers, because SIM swapping also is kind of conspiracy fraud, where the employees of the telecom service provider is involved. So we've always had a challenge getting information. But I know that it's also going to improve now that we have the data protection and privacy law in place, because then they're under obligation to ensure the security of this information which they collect. And if they do not, then also under that law, we can prosecute them.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I like that part, that if they are not corresponding, if they're not collaborating, then they are also liable. As we bring this to a close, and I would like to start with Dr. Vilos, and yeah, your parting shot, and as well as any key recommendation. There's a question around cybersecurity insurance. What do we need to pay attention to? So your final shots, but also how your comment on cybersecurity insurance. Dr. Vilos?
So for Uganda to be successful in handling cybercrime and having this trust in that you can do it properly, you have to boost focus on collaboration and practical collaboration and trust building and understanding that on some things it's okay to share, on other things the regulator tells to share, it's not going to be shared because there's no value chain for those who share. So these topics has to be consumed, discussed, and processed locally in order to practice the proper cybersecurity defense when you discuss among yourself. And what relates about insurance, so the two aspects. One aspect that due to cybercrime impact currently around the world, insurers are raising premiums because as it was mentioned before in previous panel discussion, past of the cybercrime does not show how it will reflect in the future. That's why the tables, insurance tables don't work properly. And now insurance is becoming more and more expensive, or maybe they exclude a lot of things what's relevant to insure. Finally, insurance is only part of the game. For example, you have to handle properly what you can do about cybersecurity, and only then think about insurance, for example, to reduce the cost of the incident handling, then it will come as example. So that process has to be thought through for individually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vilos, for making time to be with us. Hosea, I think two things for you as you make your closing remarks. How do we enable the local developers, because the issue of trusting system developers, how do you build their competence, but also the issue that has been raised around that a lot of it also happens with the vendor support, and then your final parting shot and recommendation. Hosea?
Thank you, Michael. And that's a very important question. And I want to start with that question before I give my parting remarks. Essentially, nothing stops us from having developers who are developing from a cyber-secure mindset. In fact, it is infinitely cheaper for you to shift security leftwards. To say that from the point of design or conceptualization of an idea that must be commercialized, work with security resources to incorporate effective controls right away from the way it's built. And if you want to go a step backwards, train the developer in the basics of information security or the fundamentals of information security. That will enable you to make sure that the code and the software as it's being developed, security is baked in. From experience, bolting security on top of already deployed systems is significantly more expensive. That also applies to hiring resources to work in offices of security operations analysts, detection and response. So let's shift security leftwards and ensure that the developers develop right off the bat by incorporating security. That's number one.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of parting shots, I want to leave you with 4 basic pillars where I believe that as a nation and as an industry, we must progress a little faster. And the first one is governance. We have registered some progress in governance. The PS for the outgoing PS for ICT and national guidance area mentioned the cyber governance laws and the fact that they are being reviewed in light of the 4IR, or Fourth Industry Revolution. I believe that must go faster. And Dr. Njoroge correctly pointed out that there lies an opportunity for us to regulate or legislate for the public good. We must do a lot more of that. The EDS spoke about regulating for products and services that the technologies give rise to and the associated risks. Yeah, that's very important. And the more pertinent question is, are we building internal disciplines that will enable us to sustainably refresh our laws, our regulations with the rapid shifts in technology? The second thing I want to touch on is a significant change and reorientation of our security capability. If you look across the board at what has been happening over in most institutions, most of the capability you have to protect you against cyber threats is premised against prevention and protection. Now, let's face it, in the wake of a targeted attack, what we call advanced persistent threats, your protection measures will be overcome. What becomes critical then is how quickly the breach gets detected and contained, what we call mean time to respond, and how quickly you can recover to restore services and limit business impact or customer impact. And alongside that, I want to also talk about adoption of cloud. And I'm glad adoption of cloud came out significantly when Anne and the EDS Twinemanzi discussed. And Twinemanzi correctly pointed out that the service that the cloud hyperscalers are providing is actually security. That's right on the money. Because if you look at cloud, a basic example being email in the cloud, Office 365, that email infrastructure was built for high internet exposure. As a result, security was baked in. So the cloud gives us an opportunity to build afresh with pervasive cybersecurity controls like multi-factor authentication. And we all know that more than 80% of the breaches that are happening today are as a result of credential theft. And I know Marion talked about that with keyloggers. Andrew also talked about that, about password management, and Vilas also mentioned about business email compromise. If you migrate all your authentication to multi-factor authentication, to context-aware authentication, yeah, you'll have protected yourself against more than 80% of the breaches that depend on credential theft. Michael, we must come to a place in time where I can gladly post my internet banking password on the internet and sleep very well knowing that nothing can happen. Because the moment you try to use it, yeah, the platform will look out for, Hosea does not log in at this time. Hosea does not write like this. Yeah, it will require my fingerprint. It will require my facial print, etc.
Yes.
Yeah, and the last two things I want to touch on.
Very briefly, yes.
Yeah, and I've already thoroughly discussed those. The third one is culture, and we have thoroughly talked about culture and the importance of empowering our people. And Andrew discussed at length the importance of trust. And number 4, and most important, sharing communities. And we have also discussed at length about sharing communities. And I believe the PS also talked about NISAG, and I've also brought up the Uganda Bankers Association Cybersecurity Forum. I believe those 4, yeah, can move us a long way in pushing back against this challenge of cyber risks and pave way for us to benefit from the 4th industrial revolution. Thank you.
Very practical, to the money, and really things that all of us need to pay attention to, not just to the banking fraternity, but all of us. And Andrew, 1 minute, and Marion, 1 minute as we close this whole thing.
Now for my 1 minute, Michael, I'll just go straight to where Hosea left it. I think between the Bankers Association, and at the national level, the NISAG, and all the other regulators, NITA and UCC, you need to get another forum to sit down and agree on certain key metrics.
Yes.
One of them is awareness, and the other one is standardization.
Yes.
I know most of the banks are keen on making sure that they have ISO 27001 standard for their IT security. We would also like to see that they have the same for their ISO 27032 for cybersecurity.
Okay.
And you need the Bankers Association now to have that platform to say that, look, we shall hold you accountable if you are not up to this standard.
All right.
Even for the fintechs.
Yes.
That before you come as a vendor, make sure you're ISO certified.
Yes.
And it will give you a good leveling area so that you can see what happens in there. Then the other final issue is still for us to go back as bankers, as fintech, as players in this market, to look at our people. and talk to them and bring them closer to us.
Thank you.
For me, there's no other way. But also the other issue which I've always been talking to Anne about is, it's a very simple thing to put everybody on a drug testing regimen, to put everybody on a behavior analysis, to say, who are you? You are the head of the entire IT infrastructure, but who are you?
Okay. So beyond your role.
That is it.
Okay.
Now for us as police, when we come in, those are some of the questions we ask and say, who is this person? Then somebody says, yeah, we know him, he usually stays around there, and say, take us to his place. They don't even know where he stays. They don't even know which computer he uses to access their systems remotely in this pandemic. They don't know. So we need to have an appreciation of this.
Yes.
And I look forward to a Uganda where we can trust the bank, we can trust the fintechs, and we can trust everybody, because all we are doing now is to use the technology we have to further our livelihoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Marion, final shot.
I have appreciated what everyone else has said, but with all the protection that we might have, the attacks will continue, and successful attacks will still happen. So we must improve on our investigation and prosecution to show them that, okay, if you've succeeded there, then we have, and then with the capability to also follow the money.
Yes.
And get back the money.
Yes.
So if we imprison them and we have the money, then we are disabling them. The cyber laws that we have very beautiful penalties.
Yes.
Up to life imprisonment. So we can do so much. We've succeeded in this. I am sure that MTN is not very vulnerable because they've been scared. They know that inside there are people who can get
them.
you. Yes.
Yes.
So because these are almost the same people doing the same things. So once you have the key players in prison and their assets taken, then they will think twice. Sensitization of the ordinary citizens, I think, is very important.
Yes.
Everyone else has said. And I would also advise that the banks should invest in forensic services, at least routine forensic investigation and system audits, because it's only through this that you'll discover what is going wrong with your system or any existing vulnerabilities. Yeah, those are all I have to say. All the others have already been mentioned by other speakers.
Thank you. I can't thank you enough. This is a conversation that, as a moderator, I would have allowed to continue, but time is never elastic, as in you can extend to come later, but this is what we are dealing with. And so I want to thank you very much. I want to thank you, Dr. Villas, who is joining us online, Hosea, Andrew, as well as Marion, for taking time off and to be with us. And I can tell you this has been a very, very enlightening session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for taking time to be with us. And allow me now invite the chair of the Bankers Association, Mr. Matthias Katamba, to close this conference, and thank you all. So let's welcome Mr. Matthias Katamba. Thank you.
First of all, as our last panelists leave, a big thank you to them. I think just sitting there and listening in, Andrew and Marion especially, sometimes little acknowledgement is given to people who do a fantastic job in the public service. We are particularly grateful for the work that you do. Also, a big thank you to Hosea for articulating the matters of security as well as you've done, and for Dr. Villas. In fact, I shall do nothing to try and summarize what you have done, because your closing remarks have been perhaps the perfect summary for that session. But first, I would like to first acknowledge the high quality of delivery that we've had today. The presentations, the conversations have been really, 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 really deep. And that is really testament to the key speakers that we've had today. Yesterday was a fantastic day, and the Executive Director, Wilbrod, did a summary to it, but also passed on, and thanks to all our speakers yesterday. I would like to say the same. Thank you all very much. But today I would like to thank our speakers for the day. I would like to thank the Governor of our central bank, Professor Emmanuel Tumsime Mtevile, for having made the time. In a special way, I would like to thank Dr. Njoroge for not only have made the time, but also spent that extra moment with us to take questions, etc. Then we had a fantastic panel that had one of us, an industry practitioner, and who spoke so well, Dr. Twine Manzi, who went into the detail of regulation in a way only he can so well. Sherar Ali, who spoke at length what's happening in the payments space. Peter Kaumi as well from FITSPA, who spoke quite well about collaboration. And then, of course, the session which we've just had today. We also had a very good presentation from the PS in the Ministry of ICT, who also happens to be quite a captain of the industry in technology before getting into public service. But he spoke so well on what government is doing. And all of our participants online today, we want to thank you very much for the questions that you have asked. They were very meaningful and rewarding questions. That's why you saw that our speakers here were digging deep into them and exploring and opening up new avenues for us to understand the subject. I want to thank NTV for having given us coverage from 10 up to about midday. So we had both governors' presentations and the presentations of our panel going live to the public. But also I would like to thank our moderators, Julie and Michael. Thank you so much. We are bang on time. You have done an absolutely fantastic job. Very briefly, I'm not going to do a summary, but just to highlight a few things that just stood out for me. We will, of course, prepare a document that will have the proceedings of today. Today being online, we have everything recorded, so the rapporteur has no room for error. Everything will go really well. It's one of the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution, I suppose. But just going back to the day, Vincent, the PS, spoke quite at length about governance and the cyber laws and what government is doing, what it's focusing on, particularly infrastructure and connectivity, security of information, and what the government is doing, again, investing in data centers, which will come on stream in time. He acknowledged the fintechs, the collaboration with the banks, and he actually pointed out a couple of things that stood out for me again. One, the role the sector is doing in providing education, and that some of the best trainings that he has attended have actually been organized by the financial sector. He also touched a lot on people and spoke about the shortage of data scientists. You will see that coming through in a number of the speakers later. Our governor, Tumsime Mtevile, spoke about a number of issues, but the ones that stood out for me were, again, following through on what the PS spoke. The skill types that we need under the fourth industrial revolution, and how to align our staff, our managers, etc., to catch up with the times. He also spoke to humanizing tech platforms, for us to have the technology platforms that will speak to affordability, reliability, and safety. I thought those were really crucial things because they bring back people in the center. He also spoke about cybersecurity as a key issue and spoke about the challenges for regulators, for example, regarding non-resident tech providers, fintechs, etc. Our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Njoroge, gave very excellent perspectives at the beginning there, speaking about protectionism and globalization on the one hand, and the interplay of those, and then moving later, a key issue which is keeping the customer at the center, and the importance of people in as far as we do all of this. Technology is great, yes, but remember, who you're developing things for, etc. I thought that was quite powerful. He then went on to talk about areas that financial institutions should focus on, SMEs as the key engine for growth in this part of the world. I think there was a statement that he made that if you focus on corporate, you're destined to become a dinosaur, and he had no apologies for that. I think it really spoke to the need for financial institutions to get where the customers are, where the potential for transformation for growth in this part of the region is. I spoke about the need for financial institutions to also invest in advisory services, not just the traditional products, and the role of boards, and the fact that boards need to see that things have changed, and the need for directors to catch up on the fourth industrial revolution, the responsibility of boards being viewed as a public good. And I like the examples he gave about Kenya, the example of Safaricom and how it has been able to come down, bring services down to the people. Really emphasize the role of collaboration. The example he gave of Kipchoge, where 99% of him is less than 1% of his team members. I think that was a very powerful thing. And then he kind of summed it up really well, with the need for all of us to think about, of all things, football, and how to bend it like Beckham. Bend around all the challenges, but deliver for the public good without breaking. In the session we had with our panel, which had Dr. Twine Manzi, the chair of FITSPA, Peter Kaumi, Andrew, the CEO of Stanbic, and MasterCard as well, was also quite a rich session. As I mentioned earlier, Dr. Twine, spoke to something powerful about not going to regulate technology, but focus on mitigating the risks of services driven by technology. I think that was a clear and powerful statement, saying that yes, technology might run ahead of regulation on the one hand, but what we'll focus on is the prevailing risk for inherent in how the providers look to mitigate the challenges that come with technology, security, etc. He also spoke about some structural challenges in the economy that lead to distortions in pricing and that sort of thing. I thought that was useful. Went in a little bit about cloud services, and again pointing that the central bank's position is to ensure readiness of financial institutions themselves that use these services. And spoke quite at length about a number of things, but what really stood out for me was financial inclusion, issues of affordability, and how technology is bringing that down. Spoke a little bit about how regulation itself needs to evolve as one of the structural issues, for instance, to bring costs down. I like the example she used of KYC, speaking about an MNO and a bank, and how information provided by the customer on the MNO cannot be taken to be used as KYC in a bank because the two have different regulators, UCC and the central bank. I thought that was powerful. And if we pick up on some of those things, we can be able to break down some of those structural barriers. She also spoke quite at length and went really even away from the financial system to speak about the role of education and the education system and how this affects adoption of technology. I also like the angle she took speaking about agriculture and how the financial sector contributes to the agricultural sector, speaking about the interventions by her own financial institution in that space and some of the things that they are doing in value chains, etc., the one farm and all of that, to try and see that structural issues can be overcome to deliver value on the one hand with consistency. Spoke about a number of things they are doing to bring down the cost, etc. Sheshia Ali spoke something very powerful, which is perhaps one of the things we can take away as a statement. Doing well by doing good, something that MasterCard focuses on in the course of delivery. He also spoke at length about the e-payment trends and how they've gone up by 70% in our part of the world, Sub-Saharan Africa, and how he believes that the work they've done at MasterCard shows that at least 20% or so of that growth and utilization of e-payments will remain even after the end of COVID. I think so that speaks to the trends we need to follow, and just to see that really what we've been discussing of the fourth industrial revolution is really here, and it is here to stay. Perhaps something revealing and shocking on one hand was something he spoke about cybercrime being a $1 trillion, you don't want to call it a business, but it is a $1 trillion reality. And if it's a $1 trillion reality, you can expect that as we invest in technology, those who are perpetuating the crime will also increase investing in their capabilities to do so, which sort of speaks very well into the final panel that we had here today. Peter at FITSPA spoke a lot about collaboration and the need for partnerships to drive financial inclusion and uptake of digital financial services. I think that was also echoed very much by all the speakers. Like I mentioned at the beginning, Caroline, Hosea, Andrew, and Dr. Villas have pretty much done a very good job doing a summary of the presentation they made, and since it was the last panel, I will not endeavor to go deep into it. It must be still fresh in my mind, in your minds, otherwise I risk making another presentation. So finally, let me thank you all very much. The Secretariat will have the document, the brief on today's presentations ready at some point, and then it will be available on our websites. I want to thank you all very much for having been online today. I hope that the learnings that we have made from the various speakers today will be put into practice in our businesses, or perhaps make it better for us as we prepare further and as we plan to take those shots to bend them like Beckham around the challenges of the prevailing times, so we bounce back to a successful future. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much.